Pass the vessel, baby.
Come on in.
What is up?
Hello.
Yeah, we are live one more time. Here we are. What did I call this thing? I said, that's cool. Did you just ruin my childhood?
Yes.
Yeah. Hey!
Ryan.
Can you guys hear me?
I can
Yes.
hear you fine. How are you?
Okay, I figured it out.
Ah. More technical difficulties.
There it is.
There
I
it is.
had everybody on mute.
Oh, well. Allow me to return the favor. I'm kidding. Anyhow. Olin, how's it going?
Hi, Olin.
Hey, Olin.
What do you say, Joe?
And
Hi,
Joe, hello.
Yep. Kyler, look at this.
Hi, Kyler.
Calm down now. I'm here. Don't worry. Gotcha.
Yeah.
I will. I was frightfully suspicious you wouldn't be here, but here you are. Now I will definitely relax. So anyhow, I entitled this, of course, remakes, better than the original, or stop destroying things that I love.
Yeah.
And I feel that is usually the take on remakes, or reimaginings, or rebooting, or whatever you want to call that. I mean, I could be wrong. There might be a gray area there, but typically it's usually one extreme or the other. Would you agree, or are your experiences different than that?
I would agree. For the most part, it is one extreme or another, but there are a few out there that I had to sit here and go, I don't know which one I like better, so.
Okay.
Yeah.
Hmm.
How about you, Ryan?
I'm definitely kind of leaning more towards Clint. I can't think of a lot of remakes that I've sat there and had to think about which one I like better.
Uh-huh.
It's kind of right. I don't know if it's just my personality trait or what, but I if you guys couldn't tell, I get pretty loyal to certain movies. So a lot of times with remakes, it's either going to completely blow my mind and I will swear by the remake, or actually, no, there is one that I don't know which is better or not.
Oh,
just popped into my head. But yeah, for the most part, I think there's argument to be had that it's very strong one way or the other. There's either a resounding the original is better, or a very strong the remake is the way to go.
Okay. Fair enough. Yeah. I normally don't have incredible negative gut reactions to remake movies. I've had a couple where that's happened, where I'm just like, what the hell did they just do to this thing? And I do hope to bring one or two of those up this evening. But for the most part, I find that a reboot or a reimagining, or you could say a rebirth of a beloved movie is sometimes a good thing. That it will put a aging franchise or something, or something that maybe didn't get a good enough shot, when it was originally done, in front of a new audience. So I feel like a lot of times, people maybe unfairly say, "Oh, there's no new ideas in Hollywood. All they're doing is rebooting everything." Well, I mean, I could see that they do do it a lot. But sometimes I feel like the old ideas just need a fresh audience, and
Yeah.
you know, I don't know. What do you think about that?
I
I
definitely
agree.
agree. I'm sorry, Ryan, go ahead.
No, you. I was waiting to see if you were gonna go.
I was waiting to see if
No,
you
you go.
were-
You go though. You go ahead.
What was the question?
I ended with, "What do you think about that?"
Yes, fresh audience. Yes, I agree. I do. I think that there are some that, I mean, for the ones that we grew up with, they are timeless. But for the younger generation, it just doesn't hold up. You
Mhm.
know, maybe because of the effects, maybe because of the slow burn in it. But I don't know. I mean, we're going to go through our lists and we're going to see just how deep our loyalty runs to our childhood.
We shall see.
Yeah,
We shall see. All right. Well, I didn't know. Do you want to crack right into this thing? Because I didn't really have much more in the way of talking points than that.
Ryan.
I'm interested to see what you want
Yeah.
to talk about.
No, the only thing I'll add to this before we get rolling is just adding on to what you originally said. I don't understand the hate when a new remake is announced, because at the end of the day, we still have the original movie, and there's been plenty of examples, which we'll probably bring up tonight, where a remake kicks ass.
Yeah.
Mhm.
And at the worst case scenario, it at least, as a guy who collects a lot of physical media, let me tell you, it's a lot easier to find these movies when they release even a shitty remake, because at the very least, the original is going to get a Blu-ray release or something,
Yeah.
because people want
Yeah.
so. But that's all I wanted to add, is just stop shitting on remakes.
I agree.
and I totally get it when like maybe if it wasn't that old, like it was a remake that was done like a decade ago, or I'm
Hmm.
sorry, a movie that was done a decade or decade and a half ago, and they're
Mhm.
redoing it now, and it's like there's so many people who remember it, and they're like, no, that was totally amazing. It's got this super huge shadow, like it's way too big for you to take this on. You know what I mean? And nothing you could ever do will ever live up to the way I feel about that original. But there's some that have been around so long, and I'm like, yeah, maybe it's time.
Yeah.
How about this? My fresh idea is a killer who kills with chopsticks. Agreed. And I want it to be called just that, Chopstick Killer.
That's good. See, I was trying to think of a clever name, and I realized there was nothing I could say that wouldn't get me canceled. But
Yeah.
Chopstick Killer, that works. That's good. That's safe. I like that.
And the tagline can be "Takeout to die for."
Yeah, it's good. It's good. I'm so happy. I was so scared that this was going to go
love
bad.
that.
yeah.
love
It's just a Chinese delivery guy who shows up and kills you with the chopsticks.
Yep.
I don't know. Unless it's Nightmare on Elm Street.
Oh, we'll talk about that at some point. I'm sure.
I have talked to him
Weird.
about this, and he's still giving me shit for it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's not
Wait.
even on my list, but
Do you like? Is it? Yeah. Do you like it or not like it?
I didn't think it was great, but it wasn't as horrible as everybody makes it out to be.
Oh, okay. You're wrong. I get it.
For different reasons. Okay. From the person who made me sit through 90 minutes of Carnosaur 2 last night.
Carnosaur 2 is fucking legendary.
Yeah.
But yeah, no, I'm good to just start rolling. I'm actually really excited about this topic. This is remakes
I am too.
are a huge I love a remake. Just going into one, I'm excited to see, picking apart the differences of the two movies. Even if I wind up hating it, it's still fun to compare to the original. I enjoy going to see a remake.
Yeah. I've grown to like it a little bit myself. Nicole, what movie do you want to dump on first?
Okay. I got a big list. I am not one of those that's opposed to remakes. I will always go into it open-minded because there have been quite a few that are really good. This one, however, was not. I'm going to start with Poltergeist. This never should have been done. It was a piece of shit. It was hot garbage. Absolute dumpster fire, hot garbage. I went into it open-minded. I did. I walked into that theater going, I'm going to be open-minded. I understand it. The movie is 40 years old. It's going to get remade because a lot of them do. And I gave it a chance and I couldn't do it. I couldn't. Sam Rockwell was the only highlight of that movie. And even he didn't do his best.
Hmm.
It was just crap.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
I
Squelching. I love that word.
Gonna bring back a classic.
I agree 100%. I
Hot garbage.
can't. I don't know if I'd go so far as to say hot garbage. My biggest problem with Poltergeist is it's so forgettable. Like I'm talking about the remake here. It's
Okay.
just like you said, Sam Rockwell's phoning it in. Everybody's phoning it in. The movie just I cannot comfortably tell you what happens in that movie, and I have seen it multiple times. It is completely forgettable to me.
Oh.
Yeah. I have also seen it multiple times. I've watched it 4 or 5 times, thinking maybe there was something good in there I missed.
Mhm.
And it was just the acting was awful. The mother was awful. She had no emotion at all. Her child's gone, and I understand they had to update it, get the flat screen TV instead of the big box, and
Because
stuff like
that's
that.
important.
It was just the CGI was crap. We actually went into the other side and saw the other side, and that was not supposed to happen. We didn't see it in the original, and that's what made it scary.
Yeah.
What you don't see that's creepy, and they just threw everything in your face, and they tried to put some comedic stuff in there, and it was just awful.
And that
Well,
actually proves to the forgetfulness too, because you mentioned the mother. I
Yeah.
can't remember. Like I can't remember if she was a brunette, if she was a blonde. I can't even picture this person in this movie. The only reason I
Yeah.
can picture Sam Rockwell is because it's Sam Rockwell. Of course, you
Yeah.
know who Sam Rockwell is, but I cannot picture anybody in this movie. I think that she was the daughter, Carol Ann. I don't even know if she's called Carol Ann in the remake,
No, Madison.
but she's a brunette, right?
Yes.
So I'm leaning towards the mother being a brunette too,
Yes.
but
Yeah.
I couldn't tell you. Like if you had a lineup of 3 actors and said one of these was the woman from Poltergeist, I'd be no.
And I actually took my son to see it in the theater with me. I was actually kind of excited to see what they were going to do with it, and it was just it's just all CGI, and it was crap. Horrible.
Awesome.
Yeah.
I've not seen this movie.
Don't
Okay.
don't even bother.
You're not really missing much. Like it's
But I want to see what the other side looks like.
we
It's
saw it in
stupid.
part 2.
It's so
Okay.
stupid.
Craig T.
Oh,
Nelson in front of a green screen smoke effect is better
Yeah.
looking than the CGI shit they threw at us in the remake.
Yes.
I
Yes.
gotcha. Want to see him crawling through slime on a rope. That's what I
Yeah.
want to see.
Yeah, that didn't happen.
Damn it. That's horrible.
Yeah.
Let's see. Bone says, I'm partial to the original. Bop. Yeah.
Although
The remake was horrible.
Yeah.
wait,
Hot
what?
garbage.
Umbop 2.0?
No, I'm
Umbop,
kidding. I'm making it up.
that's a real thing.
Oh, is it?
Hanson made a remake of the song Umbop.
Yeah. I
They
did.
came out. I played it at the Poconos. That song fucking slaps.
Yeah.
Oh shit. Okay.
And I'm a Hanson fan. I will
All
fully admit it is not a guilty pleasure. I fully admit I'm a huge.
Oh, well,
Hanson
then you
fan.
got something in common with Bone here, because I can tell you he likes 3 things: Hatfield hot dogs, cryptids, and Hanson. So there you go.
I'm telling everybody right now, look it up on whatever music streaming site you use, whatever. Umbop 2.0. It's amazing.
I actually
It is.
forgot about that. Like now that you're
And it's
saying
because they did it themselves.
Exactly.
that. Yeah. Well,
It
you know.
wasn't.
Well, if
somebody else
anybody's
did
gonna do it, you know what I mean?
It has to be.
Probably be
If
them.
anybody can handle the intricacies and nuances of Umbop, it has to be Hanson.
Worst remake is Child's Play remake. Sorry, Mark Hamill, it was bad.
Oh, we disagree there.
I have a feeling we'll be speaking about this one.
Oh, we will now that Ryan disagrees. Yeah.
Good. Tried to dissociate from the originals and watch them as totally different movies, and sometimes it's impossible.
Exactly.
Agree. Yeah.
True. It's true.
Try to have an open mind.
I want to peek into the other side. Watch Poltergeist 3. Oh, okay.
I unironically love Poltergeist 3. It's so much fun.
I don't remember hating it. I need to go back and see it again.
Honestly, from a cinematography standpoint, it's amazing. The fact that they got these
True.
amazing shots with all of those mirrors, and this is
Yeah.
this is before you can just throw it into some kind of editing software and just pull out the camera or pull out the boom mic.
Yeah.
Like whoever that should have been nominated. I'm sorry, the movie. I'll admit, okay, I love it, but yeah, it's not. It's not good. That guy needed to be nominated for something though, because he worked his ass off.
Yeah.
To get those shots.
Definitely. And you can't go wrong with Tom Skerritt either.
Yeah.
He's great.
I think that's probably why I was favorable to it. I like Tom Skerritt most things.
Yeah.
Granted, Tom Skerritt throughout the bulk of the movie looks like he just took a hit off of a hookah before he came up. He's perpetually looking confused throughout the whole movie.
Yeah.
Like this is a man that built this entire skyscraper. Like he's clearly a very intelligent, like very powerful man, and he's always looking like he can't find his keys. He's always just like perpetually like I swear he's one step away from like touching his pockets. Like every second. Did I remember to refill the meter before I came in here?
Yeah.
Am I gonna get a ticket when I get like that's? Yeah.
Did I turn the stove off at home?
I remember a thing from Friends where Joey's like to be you got to smell the fart acting, and that's how you get like a dramatic moment. It's to be able to pull off that dramatic face. You got to pretend like you just smell the fart, like you're like. And that's what Tom Skerritt's doing throughout the whole movie.
It's true.
Fantastic. That's great advice.
Sorry.
Mike says Dawn of the Dead remake is amazing. Only Canadians have a problem with it.
Apparently, because we're going to go over that one too.
At some point too.
Yes, we will.
Wouldn't be a hangout unless Ryan just loses his shit and starts screaming about Dawn of the Dead remake.
That's right. That's right. All right. Well.
Okay. Ready for my first pick?
Yes. Why not?
I'm gonna get this one. I'm gonna get this one out of the way because I actually bought a beer tonight in honor of this remake versus OG.
Oh God.
I have my 6 head of Moosehead Lager.
Okay.
I'm bringing up the remake of My Bloody Valentine.
Aww.
And I actually prefer it to the original.
Yeah?
I do. I think it's more fun. I'm not a huge fan of the original. I know that's almost blasphemous coming from me because I'm Canadian. I feel there's too many characters, there's too much going on, and the uncut version is a lot more fun because it adds a ton of gore. But especially like growing up, I saw the theatrical cut. That movie's almost bloodless. It's a lousy slasher. Once we got the uncut version and we got the really fun kills, like we got what's his name? I don't know, the miner.
Yeah.
Harry Warden.
Like slicing off their arm at the end. We get that really cool kill with the pickaxe going through the mouth and into the eyeball.
Yeah.
And the laundromat kill in all its entirety is fantastic. But it never hit with me. I don't know why. It was a later watch for me. Like I'd already seen a ton of other slashers. I just found the 3D one to be a little more tongue in cheek. It was having more fun with itself. I did see it in theaters. I got to see it in 3D. And for the 20 or 30 minutes that I was able to handle wearing the glasses. I mean, it was
Yeah.
good. It was quality 3D.
Yeah.
But I just, yeah. Plus, it had what's his name, Tom Atkins, and he's always fun. Hey, there you go, Mike. See, Mike gets it.
Yeah, he agrees.
But yeah, this is a perfect example, I find, and I wanted to bring this one up first because to me, this is both movies basically take the concept of the story. Like they take the minor, they take the Halloween themed or Halloween, sorry, the Valentine's Day theme, and run with it. They are different. You can separate the two from each other. The My Bloody Valentine 3D respects what the original had, but does its own thing. And in this case, I felt it really pulled it off well. I think in a world of, because the mid 2000s had a lot of remakes, and I feel that My Bloody Valentine was one of the better ones.
Yeah. I'd
Haven't
probably
seen this one
agree.
either. Oh, okay.
No,
You didn't see this one.
I'd agree with you there. I'll put it this way. I saw them out of order. I saw the remake first. I actually own the remake. I think I have it in 3D with the glasses and everything. Came in the case with it. So I did have that experience here at home. Thankfully, it does have a 2D version also in the pack. So if I watch it now, that's what I'll watch. I don't.
Yep, that's a moose head.
But I did go back and I watched the original because I'm like, well, hey, I'm gonna, watch a remake. I may as well see the original, and I've since gained an appreciation for it. There is a dirtiness to that film. There's just this I don't know, low budget, almost gross quality to it. You know what I mean? That and the effects were pretty good. Even though you say it's relatively bloodless. That there's a lot of
the theatrical cut is relatively bloodless.
Yeah. There's a creep factor to it, and I've seen some of the stuff that's been taken out of it. I mean, and I really wish they hadn't taken it out. But I understand that they had to, satisfy ratings boards, and that was really the reason.
Mm-hmm.
And having seen that, I also can say that I liked the fan film that was made, that Valentine's Bluffs, because that you could tell the people who made that really loved the original because they kind of went out of their way to like recreate the look of it and the dirty feel of it. And I mean, it was already low budget, so they didn't have to try real hard to, you know what I mean? And they got a really kick-ass cosplayer to come in there who like had like a spot on like miner's outfit. I mean, that guy was wearing like vintage stuff. So it's that was really cool. So anyhow, the original was good, but I've gone through all of that to say, yeah, I agree. I like the remake better.
Yeah. Good shout out to Valentine Bluffs, though, because
that
I know a lot of people are hesitant about fan films because they're, I mean, let's not beat around the bush here. A lot of them are pretty fucking shitty. But Valentine Bluffs really takes a step up. Like if I hadn't have known it was a fan film and somebody had just told me this was a sequel, I would have believed it 100%.
Yeah. And you even got Lloyd Kaufman in there, with a bit part, which was hilarious.
Lloyd Kaufman.
So I mean, it's a good reason to think that it's a sequel. You know what I mean? Because they're getting high quality talent and actors like Lloyd Kaufman in there. Although I do really enjoy seeing him pop up and stuff.
I haven't seen that. I haven't seen the fan film yet.
Oh, you haven't? It's less than an hour, I think.
I thought it was feature length.
Well, now you got me.
I'm going to do check. Nicole, what did you think of My Bloody Valentine? I'll look up this runtime here.
Yeah.
Well, I realized why it snowed this morning because I agree with you 100%.
Oh shit! Hell's frozen over.
It's frozen over. I saw the original when I was younger, like in high school, and I was never a fan. I thought it was boring. I really did. I was never a fan. I didn't think Harry Warden was that great of a killer, And then the remake came out, and I went to see it in the theater. And I remember the one effect. The 3D effects were fantastic in the theater. And I remember the one effect, he turns around and the light on his helmet like shines over the audience. Like it was like somebody was in front of me with a miner's helmet on, shining. It just blew me away. And I love Kerr Smith. I absolutely love Kerr Smith. And he did great. And the one who played his wife, whose name I can never remember, I adore her. She's fantastic. She was in Saw 7. But I loved the remake. Loved it. I could watch it over and over again. The original? Nope. Can't stand it.
So there we go. I think we just had a unanimous. The remake of My Bloody Valentine is better than the original.
Is much better, yes.
Mm-hmm. And I did look it up. Valentine Bluffs is 1 hour and 30 minutes.
Yeah, I just looked it up too.
But you didn't trust that I was going to look it up?
No. I just I couldn't wait. I had to know. So.
And is it on YouTube?
It is. It is.
It is. Okay.
Yeah.
That is the other nice thing about fan films. Since they have to be not for profit, you can basically find all of them on YouTube.
Yeah.
Okay.
YouTube's probably the best place to post a movie for free. I mean, you could do it other places like Plex and Cineverse and stuff like that, but
right.
YouTube is the most universal. So people who do fan films, almost 100% of the time, they end up on YouTube because they are by nature free. Yeah. So let me see here. Really wanted a sequel to the remake? Yeah, that would have been all right.
Yeah. That would have been cool because he did get away at the end. So
that's right. We could have had a follow-up story to that.
Yeah.
CGI gore ruins for me in the MBV remake. The original's fantastic. You all are crazy.
Who said that?
Paul?
I don't know. I gotta look it up.
You gotta look up who it is.
I want to know who said that. I want to know who I have to block on Facebook.
That's Paul.
I knew it was Paul. I knew it was Paul. It's seeming like Paul and I disagree more than me and Ryan. That's not good. That's a little crazy.
It's because we're hanging out more. We're just it's like when these periods start to sink.
Yeah, that's weird. Yeah.
But you know what? That is true. It is true.
We're rubbing off on each other.
We're rubbing off on each other.
Just a couple of besties now.
Mm-hmm. No, I'm sure there'll be a couple of hot topics tonight that'll make us realize.
I guarantee there will be.
You're like, oh, that's right. We're not that
close.
Right. Mm-hmm. Yeah. This is why I hate you. Yeah.
Yeah. 10 things I hate about you. So.
What was that?
What, this? Oh, this is just an Angry Orchard.
Was that like cider?
It is a cider, yes.
Nice.
I am attempting to be.
First.
Yeah, well, I'm attempting to be gluten-free, so
right.
I basically have to avoid beer almost entirely. I hear there are gluten-free beers out there. I hear they're not very good. So
gluten-free beer is like gluten-free bread. You just you're better off to go with the cider.
Right, right.
Oh, I was going to say 12 Monkeys makes some amazing hard seltzers. But 12 Monkeys is out of London, Ontario. I don't think you can get that. So sorry. But I can
look it up anyway and find out.
Don't shy away from the hard seltzers though. Like they're surprisingly good.
Yeah. I've tried a couple, but like a lot of those tend to go for like a margarita type feel to them. you know, where you end up with like a lot of like salty and sour mixes and with the seltzeriness, you know what I mean?
You ever
So
had a White Claw?
I've not, but I guess I could
White
always
Claw,
try that.
White Claw be good. No,
Yeah.
don't. Yeah, as long as you're like good on club soda.
Yeah.
I know some people don't like the spicy water, but
Mm-hmm.
I
No,
totally dig them.
no, I'm fine with seltzer water. I buy that by the 2 liter and flavor it. And that's how I avoid drinking soda. So
The fact that you just pulled all of that out.
I'm staged, man. I have it here waiting for when I'm done with this. Yeah. Everything I mentioned, I just pull it up like a prop comedian.
Anyway, sorry, I saw your can. You were gonna say your movie. I apologize.
Yeah. All right. This one should not come as a surprise to anyone.
Mm-hmm.
And I don't think that I'm going to have any contradictory statements about it either. Psycho.
That was also.
I don't have anything really negative to say about either Vince Vaughn or Anne Heche. Other than
you see her butthole in it.
Yeah, I've heard that. I do have to go back and see it again.
I did.
Just to remember that. I like that must have like etched an impression in your mind because like
I went back when I heard it. I'm like, you see her butthole. I'm like, really? So I went back and I'm like, I'll be damned. There it is.
Oh, this is interesting. Recommending White Claw and the My Bloody Valentine remake. What happened to you all? Is it Opposites Day?
Oh, I'm sorry. Yeah.
We're in Bizarro world.
Well, if it makes Paul feel any better, I did start with an 11.6 quad IPA, and we will talk about better movies than My Bloody Valentine remake.
Yes.
Yeah, and think of your calorie intake, Paul.
Well, yeah, I'm thinking of mine right now. I guarantee you that quad IPA was like 900 calories.
Yeah, I'm sure it was. And I am the Carrot Top with his props, and so I'm.
Mm-hmm.
All right.
Yeah. So Psycho, I love the original movie. That is one of those that it was so compelling when I saw it. There wasn't any way that anyone was going to be able to top it. It didn't matter what they did. You know, and I'm not one of these people that likes to build up Hitchcock all the time. You know what I mean? He fell flat as many times as he hit, you know what I mean? And sometimes more. But like that was as good as it got for me. Like as far as any Hitchcock film that I've ever seen. And it was just so super well done. And it dealt with a topic that wasn't really being shown a lot. And it really focused on the twisted nature of like a single individual. And I love that you got like all this like just behind the scenes look at all the things that he was trying to do to cover up what he was doing, and the fact that he was also trying to cover it up within his own mind, you know, by putting on the persona of his mother and acting completely bewildered, you know, when he's being investigated, like he had no idea why they were looking at him. It's just I don't know. I and it has, you know, probably 15 seconds of one of the coolest looking kills that you've ever seen that has zero blood except for the shower, the drain. You know what I mean?
That wasn't even blood. That was like barbecue sauce or something, wasn't it?
I think it was chocolate syrup. Yeah.
Chocolate syrup. Yeah.
And honestly, like there was like no real contact or anything like that. Everything was just like, you know, he would film certain motions, and then when they edited it all together, they made it look that way. So like it really was just pieced together. It wasn't something that they filmed in one shot. Probably not even multiple cameras. They probably have one camera. But anyhow,
is Psycho one of the longest cold opens in history? It's got to be the longest, right?
Could be.
Like when does spoilers for how old is Psycho now? Like 70 years. Spoilers
Yeah.
for a 70-year-old
God.
movie. Janet
Yeah.
Lee is not our final girl.
It was like the late 60s. Yeah.
Yes.
It was-
70-year-old.
Well,
yeah.
okay, sorry. Was it the 60s? Was it 54? I think it was like 54 or 64.
Just the point.
Now you're gonna make me look that up. Here we go.
I'm not that off. It's either 70 or 60 years.
It's just the way you said it.
1960.
It was 1960.
So
Yeah.
it's 64 years old.
64 years old. Jesus Christ. But yeah, so spoilers for the 64-year-old movie. Janet Lee dies. But what is it? It's like the 30-minute mark, 40-minute mark?
How could you ruin that for me?
Yeah. Yeah.
That would be the most shocking revelation of my entire time knowing you guys, is if it turned out Nicole had never seen Psycho.
Yeah.
Of course I've seen Psycho.
Yeah.
But because everybody talks about cold opens, right? Like, I know the Friday the 13th remake gets brought up with its 25-minute cold open. Scream has their 10-minute cold opens. Psycho's cold open is really fucking long. No, I've never seen that.
No, I didn't even know it existed.
I've not. I meant
Really?
to click this, but two comments popped up. So that was Paul letting you know 1960. Okay. Kyler's gonna go back and look for the butthole. Speaking of buttholes, so here
Doing the Lord's work.
Jesus Christ!
you hear William Sadler's
dog.
butthole is on display in 4K Die Hard 2. I haven't revisited to confirm. Maybe Nicole can tell you.
We don't actually see his
Maniac
butthole.
Cop follows Atkins for an hour. Okay.
Okay, so for the person
can't.
looking for the butthole, it's when she falls forward in the tub and her legs kind of splay to either side, her crack opens up. And it's right there, right at the bottom.
Really? Where you would expect it to be? Not strange placement or anything?
No, well, that's the thing, right? Because I was originally looking like by her elbow,
Uh-huh.
but it wasn't there.
Oh.
And you have kids?
He's like, yes, but that had nothing to do with it.
We've gotten so off topic. We barely talked about Psycho the remake.
Yeah.
Psycho the remake. Oh God. The
It's
remake
not.
was-
No, go
Go
ahead.
ahead, Ryan.
I was just gonna say it's
Okay.
not. Honestly, the biggest offense that the Psycho remake has is that it's like I talked about My Bloody Valentine. They took the core concept of the movie, they took the minor, they took the fact that it's set around Valentine's Day, and they kind of made their own thing with it. Psycho the remake is literally Psycho, except it
Yeah,
adds
it's
Van
ran by
Hage's
Vaughn.
butthole and
Yeah.
Vince Vaughn masturbating.
Yeah.
Like, it's the same fucking movie. Why? If you're gonna remake a movie, make it your own. Don't do the same fucking. How boring is that?
Yeah. No, I agree. I definitely didn't need like basically a shot for shot remake of the original. You know, that's pointless to me. I don't know why anyone would do that. You know, give me something new to look at least, you know,
Well, I mean,
or some
we got a
or
couple
some-
things that were new to look
some
at.
new dialogue, you know, or name her Madison or something, you know what I mean? So we got to update the names if nothing else, you know, instead of him being Norman, you know, have him be like Tyler or something.
Tyler Bates.
Yeah, exactly.
Tyler Bates.
Yeah. I appreciate Ryan parting the air with his hands to demonstrate the butthole area.
You gotta spread the cheeks. The cheeks are together. You're not gonna see the butthole.
Nanners! How you doing? Good to see you. He's like, I saw it. They do show the butthole. Okay. Thank you for the confirmation, Kyler.
There you go. See, I'm not crazy.
Oh, God.
And this was a Gore Verbinski film. Like
Yeah.
this dude did Pirates of the Caribbean. He did The Ring.
Wow.
Like this guy knows how to make a good movie. I don't like Pirates of the Caribbean, but I can admit it's a damn good movie.
Mhm.
And he chooses to, like, I swear they were just carrying around a Cliff Notes version of Psycho the entire time.
They might have been.
It was probably a really easy paycheck for him.
Oh yeah, yeah. He's like, oh, what's
just
the
steal
next scene?
Just steal the shot list, just steal the cinematographer's notes from
Mhm.
1960 and be like, okay, this is what we're doing today. This is what we're doing today.
Mhm.
All he had, like I said, all he had to add was like, Vince Vaughn, look through this hole and pretend like you're jacking it.
Yeah. Yeah, we got to give the people something they haven't seen before.
You know what though? Vince, despite the jacking it, Vince Vaughn as Norman Bates, not terrible.
No, he's all right.
He was creepy.
Oh, for sure. Vince
Look,
Vaughn's
all I'm
creepy.
saying is I got more Stranger Danger vibes out of Vince Vaughn in the remake than I did from Anthony Perkins in Psycho.
Really?
Yeah. I don't know if it's because Vince Vaughn has like them puffy eyes like I do, and Vince Vaughn just looks like he hasn't slept in like 3 days. But I legit,
Looking for his
all I'm
teeth.
saying is by the end of the movie, I believed Vince Vaughn was insane more than I believed Anthony Perkins was insane.
Okay.
That is the only plus I will give to this movie.
Okay.
And I'm not saying I didn't like Anthony Perkins as Norman Bates. It's fantastic. Anthony Perkins, and especially in the sequels, because I don't think the sequels to Psycho get enough love.
I agree.
There
with
is
that
not
100%.
a bad Psycho movie.
Nope.
Right.
They're
exception
all
of the remake.
fantastic.
With the exception of the remake.
Right.
And it's not even that it's a bad movie. It's just why bother to watch the remake when you have the original? They're the same fucking movie.
Right. Exactly. Exactly.
But Psycho 2 is fantastic. And Anthony Perkins, that is peak Norman Bates for me, is Psycho 2.
Yeah.
Mhm.
For sure. For sure.
The idea of them trying to get somebody to replace Anthony Perkins is absurd. I love Vince Vaughn. I do. I think he's a great comedic actor. Nobody can reproduce Anthony Perkins, and that's what they were trying to do. They were just trying to replicate the original.
Mhm.
The Psycho remake is not hot garbage. The Psycho remake is a bag full of dirty diapers sitting on a New York City sidewalk during a garbage strike. The Psycho.
The garbage strike was what? That was the
I
icing.
saw it. I saw it once. Never again. I think it should be just burned out of history. It's fucking god awful. I don't care how many buttholes you see or how many times you see Vince Vaughn. What do you could jacking it? Fucking shit. Never should have been made. Never should have been made.
I do agree.
It's an abomination.
There's no point to it.
Right. Here's an interesting thought. I agree that Vaughn was creepier than Perkins, and I think it makes it less effective. You feel for Perkins. You do
He's
have
not wrong.
Exactly.
I agree.
Exactly.
I want to feel for the villain.
Right.
You know, I want that.
Yeah. You almost sympathize a little bit with Norman.
You do.
When
And I agree.
in the original.
I agree. It makes the twist at the end with Perkins better. Because I even said it when the end of the movie comes, you're like, well, of course this dude's fucking crazy with Vaughn. But with Perkins, we know that there's something wrong with Norman. And he's clean. He's doing it like we do think in the original cycle. It's hard to remember this, but he might be covering up for his mother.
Mm-hmm. Right.
With Vaughn, you never get that. You kind of feel this dude's insane right from the get-go.
Right.
With Perkins, it is a surprise that his mother was never even in the equation. It was him the whole time.
Yeah.
Right.
And the final scene when they catch him and he's standing there and he's struggling and the wig comes up, you feel sorry for him. Or at least I did. You know, like you can see he's just completely mentally gone. You know, and then the final scene with him sitting there and that fucking smirk that comes on his face,
That's
man.
so good.
It's classic.
Yeah.
Oh my god, I'm watching Psycho after this.
Yeah.
So good.
So, and if you need
no, go ahead.
if you need a metaphor, The 1960 is the picture of the Big Mac on the menu. The remake is the Big Mac you actually get.
That's not a great
fantastic.
metaphor because I guarantee you the Big Mac you get tastes amazing, and the Big Mac in the picture is fucking awful.
Let's see. And he posted a pic of Bates Motel DVD in the group.
Okay.
Actually,
Check
yeah,
it out.
Nicole, you were just asking about new shows to watch. I think you'd, from what I hear about it, I think you'd really dig it.
Oh, there you go.
Well, Bates Motel, I tried to watch it, and I know I should just continue, but the first like 15 minutes, there's like an assault scene, there's like a rape scene, and I turned it off and never went back. So,
Oh.
but I think I
Ew.
should probably give it another shot because I love Vera Farmiga. I do. She's amazing. She's the one who they should have got to play the mother in the Poltergeist remake.
That's right. Well.
What's right? What?
Yes, I was just
What?
agreeing with Nicole.
Oh, okay. It looked like you were looking at something.
No, I was looking for that picture posted, but I don't know. I didn't see it right away. So
Picture
rather
of the
than
butthole?
yeah,
Which
that
group?
that too.
Oh, the
Miami
DVD cover. Okay.
Yeah. Yeah, I didn't find it at first glance. So I am back. My attention is back.
I think
So
it's
yeah,
Nicole's turn.
it
Oh, no,
is.
go ahead,
I
sorry.
think I've said enough about Psycho. Go ahead.
I think we all have.
Yeah.
Oh, it's my turn. Okay. All right, fuck it. I'm gonna go for it. Nightmare on Elm Street.
Ah. Okay.
Here's payback, Olin. Yeah, the remake was not great. I will admit that nothing can top the original. Nobody can play Freddy Krueger except for Robert Englund. I am 100% on board with that. However, the remake had some good parts to it. It did. I loved the prequel part of it. I mean, I love a prequel no matter what, but when they showed him actually getting burned alive, the cast, Clancy Brown and Jackass, Clancy, hear me out. Clancy Brown, Connie Britton, Kyle Gallner, the cast, except for what's her name who played Nancy. I can't stand her, but
Numi
for the most
Rapace?
part, huh?
No, it wasn't Numi Rapace. I can't remember her name.
The makeup was awful. Half the teenagers looked like they were 30. You know,
As is tradition.
Jackie Earl Haley tried. Like I give him credit, and I felt for him for he got so much shit for taking this role, and because it was a hell of a role to try to replace. But I didn't like the end. I did like the fact that they had you guessing whether he really did it or not. I enjoyed that a lot. So between that and the cast and the prequel part of it, it wasn't horrible. The OG will always be better, always. But the remake had some good stuff in it. And now I'm going to get attacked. Go ahead.
All right.
What is that?
That's the Hear No Evil.
Hear no
Oh
evil.
my God.
Clint, are you good if I jump in here? Because I got a few things to say about this movie.
Oh, I'm sure you do. Yeah.
So,
if you want me to
Yes,
go first,
dear.
I will.
either or.
Yeah, go ahead.
You know what? Yeah, no, you go ahead, Clint. I'll save mine till the end.
All right. This was not the worst thing I've ever seen.
What the fuck?
I didn't care for the makeup.
Olin, hang around, please, because we'll get some sanity by the end of this.
The makeup didn't really work for me.
Right.
Although I feel like it was probably more accurate as to what a burn victim would look like. I mean, basically not having any lips anymore and being I don't know, looking like Gary Oldman and the fucking
Hannibal.
Hannibal movie. Yeah. um, I found myself getting upset watching it, actually, but that was only when I felt that they were creating sympathy for him. I was like, what is this? What the fuck we're doing right now? I mean, we're like showing that like maybe he's not a killer and he was wrongfully accused, and like, are we doing a Candyman thing, or what the fuck is this? And then like they're like, oh no, that was just a trick, he really is a child molesting, murdering piece of shit. So I was like,
I
oh,
enjoyed that.
thank
That was
God,
good.
you
That
know.
was a good thing to put in
Yeah.
there. What
Paul,
you guessing?
what's
Hello.
up, man?
Hi, Paul.
He's like,
Paul's
like,
like, I'm here just to crucify Nicole.
he's like, My Bloody Valentine was one thing, but this is a bridge too far. I had to come
I'm
on
not
to talk
saying
about
it was better. I will never say it's better. It's not, obviously. It had some good stuff.
I like to believe that Paul wasn't even listening to the Nightmare on Elm Street talk, and it was like a Obi-Wan Kenobi thing where he was just like, I feel a disturbance. Someone was trying to
So what are we
defend the Nightmare
talking
on Elm
about?
Street remake.
Are we talking
Or-
about Psycho still?
No, they're talking about the
No,
Nightmare on Elm
we're
Street
talking about
remake.
Nightmare on Elm Street.
Who the fuck likes that movie?
I didn't say. I said it wasn't great, but it did have some good stuff in it. There were a few good things in there.
I've got a Freddy's Dead poster behind me right now. I still think you're insane.
Wow.
Sorry, Ken.
What?
Go ahead.
Oh, we
have
cut
nothing
you
to
off.
say.
I'm just waiting.
That's
I have my Wonder
positive.
Woman bracelets to deflect everything. Go ahead.
Wonder Woman.
Every shot that's taken, I'm just
Kylie didn't like how they made him a P word.
So that was something that was always touched upon even from the original movie, but they kept it in the background, especially once Freddy became cool. Like once you get like your Nightmare 3s and 4s, Freddy was like a popular villain. It was cool to like Freddy. So they
Yeah.
always kept that in the like they wanted to forget that that was part of Freddy.
right.
Yeah.
The remake brings it out.
Yeah.
Well, to the point where Freddy wasn't even a child murderer in the remake. He was a pet. He was the P word.
yeah.
And that's a hard sell for a mainstream movie.
Yeah, I could see that point. Yeah, nobody likes to have that as a
To the point where we're literally half
plot
of us
point
are
in
saying the
anything.
word because we're not comfortable saying it.
Yeah.
Oh, I'll say it flat out because there are a lot of movie makers out there that are pedophiles,
Yeah.
and people still praise their shit. And I just,
Yeah.
no.
This is why I still haven't seen
That's a whole
Rosemary's
nother
Baby.
topic.
Oh
Um,
yeah.
But
You're not missing much.
that's what I hear. Sorry, Clint, though, but we did interrupt you. Did you have anything else you wanted to say about this
Sorry.
About
to
this
defend
movie?
this terrible movie?
No, I'm not going to defend it.
Okay, so I'm going to hop in.
Okay.
This movie is absolute dog shit. There is zero redeeming qualities. The glossy CW look is offensive. The only positive I will give to this movie is one, I did like the idea of the micro naps and Freddy being able to sneak in really quick. That's cool. I wish we'd seen that in some other movie, but this killed the franchise. So of course we have it in a Nightmare film in almost 20 years now. And two, I do think Jackie Earl Haley did a good job with what he was given.
Yes, he did.
It's unfortunate that sorry, I got a bubble in my nose. It's unfortunate that Jackie Earl has not been given the opportunity. Because let's face it, guys, Robert Englund is like pushing late 70s now. We're not getting Robert Englund back as Freddy.
No.
I think Jackie would have been a great starting point for a new generation of nightmare films.
Hmm.
But this movie is so cliched. This movie is trying to basically cover all the bases to be a early 2000s horror film. And the fact that nothing works in this. You have these, you mentioned, like, we've got Clancy Brown. We've got great actors, and the writing in this movie is atrocious. Nothing works. You don't care about any of the characters. By the time we get to the finale, we don't even, they pulled the switcheroo. They're like, is Freddy maybe a sympathetic character? But then they still throw at the end, no, he's still a fucking pedophile who murders children. You know what? Give us that Freddy was innocent. Give us that this is a vengeful demon. I would have given them more kudos for that.
I agree with that.
They could have done
There's nothing good about this movie.
Fuck. It's fucking tsunami
I
tomorrow.
have one good thing to say about it.
it. Okay.
It was great that they chose to make this after Wes Craven died, so he wouldn't have to see what they did to his signature fucking movie.
Was Wes Craven already dead at that point?
Yes.
Wow.
Thank fucking Christ. Like, what works in this? Like, this was the end of Platinum Dunes for their horror remakes. Like, say what you want about Texas Chainsaw, which we'll get into, I'm sure. Texas Chainsaw, Friday the 13th, The Hitcher. You can argue back and forth about this movie. There is nothing redeeming about the Nightmare on Elm Street remake. It took a character that is beloved by so many horror fans, and they managed to nail such a phenomenal character actor, Jackie Earle Haley. To, like, everything was lining up. I was excited for this movie.
I was excited too because I really wanted them to make another dark Nightmare on Elm Street movie. And I wanted to see that return. And I kind of trusted them because, the Texas Chainsaw Massacre and Friday the 13th were actually, they were returned to form.
They were respectful to their franchises.
Yeah. And so I thought it would, I thought it was, great that they were going in a dark route and actually saying, he was, a child rapist and because whenever I see people talk about how beloved he is, I always thought it was kind of weird because he was a child rapist murderer.
Which I like, but like I mentioned before, they pushed that into the background.
Yeah.
Keep talking, Olin. Just keep it up.
Because Freddy did become cool, and you clearly do not want a person like that to be cool. And I did dig the new Freddy. Like, Nightmare 4 is my favorite in the franchise.
That explains a lot.
Don't you start with me. But I just, and I'm in agreement with you, Paul. Like, I do love the original Nightmare. Like, creepy Freddy is best Freddy.
Yes.
And
Yeah.
this movie was lining up to really give us that. And I'm okay with that. If you want to make Freddy the creepy pederast and murderer that he is, but do it. Don't give us that fake, oh, maybe he wasn't, only to throw it away in the finale. Make him that dark villain, because it adds nothing to the movie.
I agree
Yeah.
that they should have done that. They should have made you question it, and he should have been innocent in the end.
I think that would have been a cool twist,
That
and that
would
would
have
have been
been better.
something to separate it. Yeah.
And everybody, especially Olin, is giving me shit for this. And I'm not saying,
Welcome to, what does Freddy say? Welcome to my world, bitch.
yeah, welcome to
Yeah.
my world, bitch. Yeah, because the original Nightmare is, like you said, it's beloved by so many people. It's beloved by me. I will never forget the first time I saw it. I was 12 years old at my first co-ed birthday party. We had a friend who had a brother who worked in a video store who could get us R-rated movies. He brings in Nightmare on Elm Street. didn't know anything about it. He puts this movie in 5 minutes into the movie. One of the girls ran into the kitchen crying and never came back.
Oh my god,
Like
that's so
that.
funny.
That's what an impact this movie had. The original Nightmare on Elm Street is stellar. I mean, it's up there. The remake, I keep saying it was not great. No, it wasn't. But I did like the prequel part of it. I love the cast. It did have some decent parts to it. That's all I'm saying.
Have you ever seen the show Freddy's Nightmares, Nicole?
Yes.
Because the original episode is like the pilot episode is a prequel.
Yes.
And it was directed by
the
Toby
court
Hooper.
scene Mhm.
Nice.
And it's
But
better
I
than this
love them
movie.
watching him get burned, and I did. And Jackie Earle Haley was a great choice to
It's
fill the
unfortunate that he
shoes
didn't.
that he
Yeah.
can't fill. Yeah, that nobody could fill. That's all I'm saying.
Who's the dude from he was in like 31 and he's in like a bunch of Rob Zombie flicks. Oh my god, what's his name?
Oh, he's gonna be at Horror Realm
Yeah.
in 2 weeks. I can't think of it. It's like
Oh my god.
Robert Baker Booth or something like that. It sounds like somebody that's like killed a president is his name.
He's got three, yeah, because he got three first
Yeah.
names.
Yeah.
Like he's
I'm
got
gonna
one of those assassin names.
Yeah. Yeah. And we all should have seen this coming. Nightmare on Elm Street stank something bad, but it was still better than E.T. or The Exorcist.
Mike, go finish your cooking. All right,
Richard Brake. That was it. Richard Brake.
Richard Brake.
If there was anybody that should step into Freddy Krueger's glove, it is Richard Brake.
Mm,
You know, like
only thinking for physical stature. Richard Brake is a tall dude. He's a big dude. Freddy was not a big guy.
But I still think it works, though. I mean,
I
But he's
don't know.
lanky and he like
Yeah.
say what you want about Rob Zombie's 31. I do happen to like it, but he's creepy as shit in that movie. And that's when I watched Rob Zombie's 31, that was the first thing that popped in my head. I was like, this dude could pull off Freddy Krueger. But yeah, no, remake sucks. I'm sorry. I own it, and I own it. I own it physically. I own it on Blu-ray. And
I do too.
Yep.
did you get it as part of a set or did you buy it individually?
nope, I own it individually.
It's like Adam owns it, but because it came with like Texas Chainsaw 2003 and Friday the 13th,
Yeah.
and
The
so
remake
it's
box set.
reasonable for him to have it in his collection.
That's reasonable for me. I'm a completionist.
That would never waste the money.
There's
yeah.
nothing reasonable about being a completionist.
Yeah. Ryan heard there was a butthole in it somewhere, so he had to go get it.
Yeah, he had to get it. Or a giant rubber dinosaur.
it.
I don't know. I mean,
Drunk Ryan goes Blu-ray shopping.
The last time Drunk Ryan went, oh my god. Side note, the last time like really Drunk Ryan went if this was DVD shopping, this was back in my college days, because I would get right shit-faced at our college bar, and across the street was like this independent DVD store.
Oh, geez.
And I got so drunk, I walked across the street and convinced myself that like buying $120 DVD copy of Akira was worth it.
Wow.
So Drunk Ryan Goes Blu-ray shopping is not something you want to see. It's honestly quite depressing.
Do you still have it?
No, I traded it in and got the $10 Blu-ray that is far superior.
Okay.
But anyway, sorry.
Sounds like you lost money on that.
Oh yeah. That's why I'm in debt.
Oh,
I make bad financial decisions.
yeah. Yeah. How's that moose head?
Terrible. Absolutely terrible. Like, you guys have heard of a beer going skunky, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, Moosehead does the brave thing of just making it skunky right out of the can.
Okay.
We lost Paul.
We lost
Yeah, I know what happened to Paul.
He just came on
because-
for the Nightmare on Elm Street one, and then
Was it
said,
'cause I
"That's
shit
it,
on
I'm outta here,
Moosehead?"
fuck it."
Maybe that
Huh.
reminded him he had to go get an Iron City beer. I don't know.
But yeah,
Um,
I, you know what? If you like the Nightmare on Elm Street
Yeah.
remake, I
Damn,
guess sure. but
Owen!
I'd buy it out of the dollar bin.
God.
it's not good. It's depressing. It's
That's what I like.
gross to
about
look at. Like the movie's like brown and blue. Although there is that, I do love that one line that Jackie Earl Haley gives after he kills the guy in the prison,
hmm
and you cut back and the guy's still in the dream, and Jackie Earl Haley says, "What is it like? It the brain stays alive like 6 minutes
For
after the
yeah,
body dies. We've got 5 more minutes of playtime." Like
yeah,
that's cool. Give us
yeah,
more of that.
yeah.
That's cool.
One
Welcome back.
other. Welcome back, Paul. One other scene that I find funny is I get bouts of insomnia often, and I'll go days. And there's the one scene when Nancy is in the library and she's watching the videos, and that one kid comes on and he's sitting there and he's like, I don't know what's real or what's a dream anymore. And he starts nodding off, and all of a sudden something hits him in the face, and I always think that's me when I have insomnia.
Who
I
uploaded
just
that
sit there
video?
like I don't know what's real and what's not anymore.
Who uploaded that video?
Who
Did
uploaded
Freddie
it?
do it? Did Freddie upload the video?
I don't know. It could have
Like you
been a
have to
live
upload it to
stream.
YouTube.
It could have been a live stream. I don't
But then
know.
he would have had to. Did somebody stop the live stream?
I don't know
Eventually.
I don't know how that works
Because it
because I don't
stops
know
right
how
when
to do
he.
that
I guess
stuff.
maybe when he hit the camera, it like broke his laptop or something. But
Maybe it hit the upload button when his face hit it, and that's how it got it. I don't.
this movie's bullshit. But I,
All
I
right.
do,
then.
I do agree that Jackie Earle Haley as Freddy, huge missed opportunity.
Yes. Yes.
Still rather watch it than Twilight.
He ain't
Oh
wrong.
fuck yeah!
Twilight's hilarious.
Twilight's boring as fuck. I hate Robert Pattinson. I can't. I don't like her.
Oh, you never watched it with me
Oh,
when my wife and daughter are trying to enjoy it.
I'd love to see
And
that.
you're doing like the like the riff tracks in the background.
I am.
Robert Pattinson made a good Batman. I'll say it right now.
I
I
did
still
like
haven't
that.
watched that.
I did like that.
Oh, Nicole,
It's
so
in
good.
5 movies where he's a vampire, finally becomes a bat in a different movie.
I can't get past him. That's what it is. I haven't watched it because I don't like him.
Robert Pattinson as Bruce Wayne is terrible. Robert Pattinson as Batman,
Not bad.
like I said, as I keep saying, as a 99% straight dude, whew,
Oh, he's great.
it
Robert
works.
Pattinson's actually a really good actor. It's just,
He is.
the Twilight movies were written so poorly that you don't see it. But like he was in that Cronenberg movie, Cosmopolis, and he was fantastic in that. He was good in The Lighthouse. He's a really good actor with a lot of range. The thing is that he found his character, and there's interviews of him saying, he's like, well, I tried to play it as a manic depressive and as somebody who would be impressed with this girl.
Jesus Christ. Well, I'm not gonna lie, he kind of nailed it.
Yeah. And I actually think he's got like some artistry in him, and I think he has like the potential to be like a DiCaprio that outgrew the famous heartthrob role and becomes like a really good actor. I have nothing but high hopes for his career.
I agree.
Let me know when that happens.
Watch the Batman.
I know I have.
The Batman, The Lighthouse. I mean,
Yeah.
You're fond of me, lobster, ain't you?
The Batman had a lot of really cool stuff. It's very dark. You'll probably like it for that reason. Like it kept my attention the whole time, since we're on the subject of it. But I'll say that like they could have easily chopped like a half an hour off that movie, and
Yeah.
I'd have been happier.
At the same time, it
That's
is a
like one of
3-hour
my
movie.
big gripes is movies that go over 2 hours.
Yeah.
This one's 3. But I mean, I did sit through the whole 3 hours, and
Yeah.
both my kids, one of which has severe ADHD, sat through the whole thing. So it's
Yeah.
got something that works.
Yeah. Yeah, it's clearly captivating. So I mean, whether it's the visuals or the actual like things that are happening on screen, just the way the story develops. I mean, it kept my attention. It's good. So,
You know, and I like that, like, his whole thing is like, you know, it's Batman from Detective Comics Batman
Mhm.
Mhm.
versus like Batman from,
Ben Affleck, Batman.
yeah, it's not like an action movie.
No,
I
it's
mean,
very much, it brings back that detective vibe that Batman
Yeah.
is a detective.
yeah.
yeah.
The first rule about Ben Affleck Batman: we don't talk about Ben Affleck Batman.
I didn't hate him.
Me neither. Me
I
neither.
did. I can't now.
I can tell
Anyway.
you, I hate him in other movies, but I did not hate him in Batman.
But not Reindeer Games, because that movie's fucking rocks.
I love Reindeer Games.
So good.
Love
So
it.
fucking good.
Affleck was the bomb in Phantom Show.
Wow.
He was the best part of Phantoms. I mean, take that as you will.
It's a
nobody's seen
Jay and
Phantom?
Silent Bob reference.
Take
I'm
that how
aware.
you will. As an adult with ADHD, I couldn't make it 15 minutes into the Patterson Batman. So take that however you want.
Okay.
Ryan,
Was that your pick, Nicole?
that was
Nightmare on Elm Street was your
I
okay.
was Nightmare on Elm Street.
Yeah.
So I'm going to try to pick a little, some more of the, I feel there's lesser ones that won't get brought up tonight. So I'm going to try to stick with those. So my next choice is a movie. I do love the original. I have issues with the original. I don't feel the movie as a whole is a great movie, but there are parts of it that are undeniably some of the greatest moments in horror cinema that we have, versus the remake, which I feel is absolute dog shit. I'm going to bring up When a Stranger Calls.
I never saw the remake.
I'm feeling that that's going to be a running theme with the choices I pick.
To be honest with you, I don't like the original at all.
That opening,
apart from the one of the greatest openings in a horror movie. You know, the opening of When a Stranger Calls is fantastic and would be an awesome like anthology film segment.
Mhm.
But like everything that happens after the credits roll is superfluous and a waste of time. Like I'm not going to feel sympathy for somebody who kills 2 sleeping children, but
Well, yeah,
they try
that's
to
the-
make him sympathetic.
And that's the weirdest part about it. It becomes a character study of this man who's been released. He was released, right? He wasn't, he didn't escape. He was released.
Yeah, he didn't escape.
And you were dealt with, like, we get, sorry, that cold open. Everybody's seen the original When a Stranger Calls, right?
Yeah.
The opening to that movie is absolutely terrifying.
It's so good.
To the point where I actually used it in a college presentation about how fears, how do I put this? We were looking at modern urban myths and how real life fears can project themselves into how we act. I don't know. It was college bullshit. It was just it was an excuse for me to show the opening to When a Stranger Calls in class. But that opening is absolutely terrifying. It's acted, it's shot, the score, everything about it is peak cinema, it is perfection in horror. The following 80 minutes after that is complete dog shit.
Oh, agreed. It's awful.
The finale, I did enjoy because we get back to what happened in the opening.
And Carol Kane and
Carol Kane is amazing.
yeah.
Have any of you seen the remake?
Mhm.
No.
No.
So the remake, basically, because what did we all want when we watched this movie back in the day? Wow, it would have been nice if they just took that opening and made it the whole movie.
Right.
That's what the remake does.
Right.
It stretches that 20-minute opening into an hour and a half, and it does not work.
No. It's an anthology film segment. You know, that's the best way to use that story. It has a very good beginning, a very good end, you know, and that's all you need from that story. And
The only good
stop
thing about
them, psycho. They're allowed to be out there.
Oh, I thought it was your dog, Nicole.
no, you'll know it. No, you'll know when it's mine. I got two here that are fucking huge. The remake. The only good thing. I shouldn't say the only good thing. The only thing I like about the remake.
I
was
know
the
it's your nemesis.
What did you say?
Said I know it's your nemesis.
Sorry, the only good thing about the remake.
The only thing I liked about the remake was Tommy Flanagan as the villain, and that's only because I love Tommy Flanagan.
Who the fuck is Tommy Flanagan?
He was Chibs on Sons of Anarchy.
Oh, yes, that show that keeps getting brought up that I've never seen.
Yes. Yeah. But the remake was, like you said, we wanted that full length, that 20 minutes to be a full length movie, and so they did it, and it was crap. It did not work at all. You better agree with me on this one, Nolan. There's
There's no way. There's no way.
no way
put
anybody
money.
could like the remake.
I will stick money on the table right now. There is no way that someone would say that the remake to When a Stranger Calls is superior to the original.
Right. There's no way. Because the original, especially my generation, because the newer generation probably wouldn't love it as much as we did, because it doesn't, what's the word I'm looking for? It doesn't, I almost said it doesn't travel well.
The technology doesn't
hold
make
up.
sense.
Exactly, because they don't know about landlines and
Mhm.
having two separate phone lines in your
Yeah.
house. And but when this movie came out and I first saw it, I was probably about 12 or 13, and I was babysitting as a job, and this movie changed the way I babysat. I had every curtain in the house closed, which is why I'm freaking out here. Like, it was, if the phone rang, I was terrified. Thank you. Finally. Yeah, the original, the first 20 minutes of the original was amazing. Carol Kane was amazing. Brian Dennehy. I'm a huge fan of Brian Dennehy. And I agree with you guys. The first 20 minutes was fucking terrifying. After that, no, it was crap.
Big drop off.
Yeah, huge. They took us to the edge of the cliff and then just pushed us over.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm.
Fantastic.
And I can't get past the girl's eyebrows in the remake. They're awful. I want to slap her stylist. Like, they're awful.
They're like really thin, or
No, they're really thick. Like, she's got like
oh,
fucking Mondo eyebrows.
Selma
on.
Blair or Carol Kane?
No, whoever in the remake, the girl in the remake. That wasn't Selma Blair, was it?
Yeah.
No, it wasn't. Hang on. I can't remember.
let's see, 2006.
Camilla Bell. Yeah, that wasn't Selma Blair. That was Camilla Bell.
Oh.
Oh, I see.
Selma Blair was in the He Knows You're Alone remake,
Oh, okay.
which is like the same story.
Those are some interesting looking eyebrows.
I told you. Awful. They're awful. They're so bad.
They almost look
Yeah.
like they're photoshopped in. That's weird.
It does. Or like they're tattooed.
Yeah. Interesting. Well, all right.
Yep.
All right. Love Carol Kane.
Yes.
Remake was awesome. Screw you, hosers.
Mike,
Yeah.
go eat your pasta fazool. Or get your ass on here and defend yourself.
Yeah. Let's hear your take on these movies.
Yeah.
Yeah. Why is one eyebrow slightly higher than the other? Maybe she's related to The Rock. I don't know. Anyhow,
Anyhow,
the hell happened to Ryan? It's his turn.
pasta fazool, baby.
All right. Well, if Ryan's out, then we'll skip him.
That was
Oh.
his.
Oh
When
yeah.
a Stranger Calls was his.
Oh, that's right.
He's skipping
Yeah.
mine because he's afraid I'm going to hurt his feelings.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, we
So-
are you.
It's after 9 p.m., so I'm going to
Mhm.
bring up one of the worst remakes of all time.
Oh
Okay.
God.
RoboCop.
Ooh.
What?
The
I come back to
RoboCop
this?
remake was truly awful.
I did not see it.
I
Weren't
disagree.
you on the RoboCop? I mean, I could do something that you all seen.
No, pick whatever you want. I saw the original. I never saw
I
the
saw-
remake.
I saw it.
Oh, I've seen it.
Yeah.
I
I
liked it.
mean, this was another remake that I was kind of excited for. I think RoboCop was
Kyler-
a,
God damn it, Kyler. We've been on the same page for so long, and now this
I,
happened.
you know, I'm a huge RoboCop fan.
Uh-huh.
I thought like the casting choices were good. But like the movie has very little to zero RoboCopping.
Mhm.
No one gets shot in the dick. And they like kind of ignored the satirical aspects of Paul Verhoeven's classic,
Uh-huh.
and it was just such a terrible movie.
I
Okay.
disagree. Clint, what do you got to say?
I'll say that it did not stay super true to the RoboCop original idea, and I agree with much of what you say, Paul. Despite that, I did enjoy it a fair amount. I would have liked it if they called it something other than RoboCop, and it was basically-
CyberCop.
yeah, something it like made it its own story. Like it didn't feel like a reboot of the RoboCop franchise to me. There was some cool tech stuff in it, which I really enjoyed, and I liked the how they kept a lot of the emotional element of his character until they basically tried to program it out of him. And they just took a different approach to it. You know what I mean? Murphy was immediately different in the original movie. You know,
I
he had-
mean, you know, like one of my nightmares is that like I'm gonna live long enough that when I die, my job will take my body and make me keep working.
yeah,
But that's
And-
RoboCop.
They didn't explore that philosophy at all about like corporates being scumbags in that way that they make the dead bodies continue to do their job
Yeah.
and make them money.
Yeah.
They literally did.
Well, the narrative of this movie seemed to be that the success of battlefield robots could not be sold to the American people. So, like, they couldn't employ them like in the States. So, like,
Yeah.
they felt the need to create something new in order to market it better to the American people, in order to install them in police departments, which is how we got this abomination, that was RoboCop, but so to me
Like, I
it was
wouldn't even buy that movie for $1.
see what
You
you
brought
did
this
there.
up just to drop that. I guarantee it.
Exactly. Yeah, like the whole storyline is basically just ad campaign people getting together and brainstorming how to sell something to Americans.
But that's what RoboCop is. RoboCop, like Verhoeven's RoboCop, has always been about the evils of capitalism and how corporations will find any sleazy way to make top dollar. And this movie argues that perfectly. They have these weapons that they want to use in America. They want people to buy their weapons. And because of the laws in the States, they won't allow that. So they literally do the sleaziest thing in the world. They bring a top cop back and argue that this gets around your laws and your rules set in place because he's technically not a machine. He's a man with cybernetic enhancements so they can make more money. This screams RoboCop. Like, this screams Verhoeven's original idea. Is it as satirical and funny? No, but there's a lot in this movie to really enjoy.
But penis shots.
The penis shots. Look, just watch the R RoboCop. Like, just watch 45 minutes of the RoboCop remake, and then just watch that R RoboCop remake scene where he shoots like 50 guys in the dick, and then go back to the movie. You'll be fine.
That is a good short.
So fucking funny. I do. I am an unapologetic defender of the RoboCop remake. I do feel there's a lot that captures what Verhoeven was doing with the original. I do dislike the fact that it was watered down into a PG-13 film, because I do feel the ultra violence. I mean, Verhoeven's known for going the extreme, like be it Showgirls, Starship Troopers, or RoboCop, Total Recall. The dude loves to push the envelope, and that was sorely missing from the RoboCop remake. But I do feel everything else in it makes for a solid watch. It's a good time. That's my opinion.
Okay, you can have your opinion. Someone who thinks that the remake of My Bloody Valentine is better can have the opinion that the RoboCop remake is fine.
Yeah, see,
We'll always be friends and enemies.
I was gonna say it makes sense that he's missing the dick shots from the remake because he's throwing the dick shots right now. I'm just saying that was basically the verbal version of Paul kicking me in the dick.
Oh, it's perfect. It's perfect. Yep. I don't know. I didn't mind the RoboCop remake. I'd watch it again.
I own it. I own it on Blu-ray, and I'm not, unlike Nightmare, I don't mind the fact that I own this.
Yeah. But in all seriousness, it felt unnecessary, and I'd love it if it was its own movie and not, something that was polished up to be a remake of something that clearly a ton of people love.
It's just like, I don't know. It's like one of those things. It's like, why bother?
Yeah.
Would you
And
rather more RoboCop 3s?
with the homeless, you know how I feel about that.
That's right. As soon as you started talking, I was like, oh, that's right. I also unapologetically
Get
like
no
RoboCop.
support here.
It was not a bad RoboCop. It was a
Yes, thank
great
you, Kyler.
RoboCop.
It's a terrible fucking movie. It's boring. It's like the one thing you can't do when your movie is called RoboCop. Be fucking boring.
Y'all are just scared of change. I'm going to say it right now. It wasn't as
There
satirical as
wasn't like
the
that
original
awkward
movie.
stay out of trouble scene where he's talking to kids like a threat.
Yeah.
Stay out of trouble. Like, there's just nothing to love about it. It's like a Michael Bolton cover of a great song. RoboCop remake is the Michael Bolton When a Man Loves a Woman.
Oh my god. Oh my god.
Wow.
Wow.
That's
And
incredible.
that's a t-shirt.
What did I literally just miss?
The RoboCop remake is a Michael Bolton cover of When a Man Loves a Woman.
It's just awful.
I disagree.
And I feel embarrassed for everyone involved.
Samuel L. Jackson didn't even say motherfucker.
PG-13.
Oh, well, then it's not
you
a
can't do
movie.
it.
Yeah. There was like nothing.
I think it was a solid attempt at modernizing the themes of the original. Again, the PG-13 hurts it. That is a detriment to the film, but otherwise, I do feel it was a perfectly solid remake.
Like, you didn't even have like the scenes where like the cops are like, where like Murphy takes the locker of the guy who just got killed. I mean, like, you don't have those scenes in there or anything that has like emotional impact or develops the characters at all. It's just like bland corporate crap.
Well, I do feel those scenes are in the movie. No, we don't get the Murphy taking over, the cop that he just replaced, but we do get those moments where, Gary Oldman is removing everything from Murphy, and Murphy realizes the only part of humanity that's left in him is basically his lungs and his brain and his right hand for some reason. And him saying, like, I never want to see this again. Like, these are very much RoboCop moments. This is Murphy struggling with how much of him is left and how much of him is a machine.
Where's Adam Backus when I fucking need him?
Getting drunk at a casino.
Get drunk at a casino. You know what? I understand that I'm in the minority for this one. He can still crank it. That's why he's still got the right hand. But he doesn't got no dick.
I know.
No, he's what did you call it, Ryan? Jacking it?
He's jacking it. I understand I'm in the minority for enjoying this movie. I do feel that, and I get the hate. I do. I just feel there is a lot to enjoy with this remake. And because we don't, and we are sorely missing that Verhoeven satire. If there's anything Verhoeven is amazing at, it is giving those little winks to the camera, those winks to the audience. And he's really good at it. It's funny. It's enjoyable. We don't get any of that in this. But if you can separate, and this is something we mentioned, you have to be able to separate the remake from the original. If you can separate the fact that this is a remake of Paul Verhoeven's RoboCop, which is one of the greatest action movies of the 80s, there's a lot to enjoy in this movie. And that's all I'm going to say about RoboCop.
Okay. I suppose when it comes down to it, if you had this movie in one hand and you had the original in the other. You're
Jacking it.
deciding which one to watch. I'll probably watch the original.
Oh, I'm not going to deny that. Of course, I'll watch the original.
So, is it really good then?
Yeah.
All right.
Clint, it's you.
Is it me? It's me. Okay. Um. Again, I don't think this one is very controversial. But I was picking out movies that kind of gave me like just a specific reaction when I saw them at first. I'm going to go with the remake of Wrong Turn.
Ooh.
Gotta hate that movie. I don't know. I mean, the Wrong Turn movie wasn't super original to begin with. You know, instead of inbred cannibal hillbillies in Texas with chainsaws, they made them inbred cannibal hillbillies in West Virginia without chainsaws. So it was it wasn't a super original idea, but I did really enjoy the first movie, and the second movie was all right. Um, um, and it really dropped off from there. So it maybe is a movie that could be rebooted, but I really didn't like the storyline that they chose with redoing this. Where it's like they're no longer inbred hillbillies; they're somehow, townspeople of the Confederacy that took to the hills and like just hid from the Union until modern times. And anytime somebody shows up, they just kill them. I don't know. It was
I didn't get that at all from
yeah.
the remake.
Really?
Like, I didn't hate the reboot other than the fact that it had nothing to do with Wrong Turn.
Yeah.
But like I took it as like some like cult that's rejecting modern society.
Yeah.
And I can't say there's a part of me that would like to do that. And then there's another part of me that says, well, I go in crisis mode if I shit without my phone.
Yeah.
So
What did I just miss?
like I'm like, oh, what am I gonna do?
yeah.
You know?
That's right. Gotta read the label on a
But
package of soap.
but they were leaving them alone until they saw them and they assumed something happened to their friend. And it was like a Tucker and Dale type thing. But they killed them because they were out hunting dressed like bears
Yeah.
and like one of their people, and then they took them.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, I couldn't remember what they were doing there. I mean, I felt like they were
But
getting
like they were building like their own society devoid of technology.
yeah.
And they were going to be the ones that save us from the Terminators.
Yeah. Uh-oh. We lost Kyler. He's like, I don't know what the hell you guys are talking about right now. I'm going to bed.
Good night, Kyler.
Good night, Kyler. Yeah. So
like I mean, it was okay. It was just kind of dumb.
Yeah. Well, they had that scene early on where they're going through those like stone, almost like ruin areas, and they find that plaque, which kind of described the Confederate people of the town that went to the hills, and I was like, oh, that's what this is. And I just immediately didn't care for the idea, and it did get this real like secret society feel to it. These I don't know, cultish, animal head wearing, you know,
Yeah.
people
Still
who
talking-
like to rip eyeballs out and banish you to like dungeons.
It was just like, I mean, it was like a bunch of like half cooked ideas.
Right.
And like, I think, and then they were just like, what are we going to call this? And I'm like,
Mhm.
oh shit, let's call it Wrong Turn.
Yeah. Yeah. Right. I
Did
mean,
anybody make a wrong turn in the remake?
I don't think so.
No, they were just on a camping trip.
Yeah.
Bullshit.
I mean, they may as well just called it "You Fucked Up." You know.
fuck
and-
around and find out the movie.
Yeah, that's right.
Bappo.
And that would have been a bit more accurate. So yeah, and I'm like, this is too complicated of an idea for a movie of this name.
Yeah, and then it's like,
Yeah,
I'm going to give you a baby. And she has the baby and she takes off.
yeah, right.
It was really, I mean, it was just a really bizarre ass movie.
Agreed.
But it was so weird. And
Yeah.
like, I kind of liked ideas in it and some of the things. Like, I thought it was fucked up to send people in the caves without their eyes.
Yeah, exactly.
But I don't know. It was just so half cooked. It reminds me of the first Purge, like where they were not smart enough to tell that story,
Yeah,
you know? And I'm like, are they smart enough to pull this off? And no, they're not.
yeah. I watched this movie. It was the first time ever in my life where I said, "Give me back my Cannibal Hillbillies."
I'm going to put it out there. The entire franchise as a whole is forgettable.
There's
I don't-
nothing forgettable about Eliza Dushku in that white tank top.
Look,
Exactly.
if I'm going to watch Eliza Dushku in a movie, I'm going to watch When Jay and Silent Bob Strike Back. I'm not going to watch Wrong Turn.
Okay.
You're gonna watch The New Guy, where she rides a mechanical bull and nothing but a handkerchief for.
Oh my God, I fucking love The New Guy.
I do too. It's fucking hysterical.
It's so funny. Just roll around, you'll be all right. Oh my God.
Fucking
You guys have seen The New Guy, right?
Yeah.
No.
Oh, Clint, you need to watch it. It's amazing.
You gotta watch the.
Did you
New Guy.
guys ever watch that show she was in where she was like the sex robot? Dollhouse?
I
No.
don't think so.
Oh God, that show was fucked up. It was great.
Anyway, I take back what I originally say. Nicole is absolutely right. If I'm going to watch Eliza Dushku, it's going to be in The New Guy.
Watch The New Guy. Yeah, she's literally on top of a mechanical bull with a what do you call it? Bandana as a shirt.
Yeah, and it is a slow-mo scene.
It's a slow mo.
Oh my God, that movie is hilarious.
I love that movie.
Yeah,
Look at the
thank you,
whole thing
Owen.
going.
I appreciate that. Dollhouse was a really fucked up show. It was great. Like it was about like these sex. They're not really robots. They were people who they kidnapped and then they erased their minds after they complete a job. So they were used for espionage, sex, whatever. They were sold out for this thing. It was a really good fucking show.
So based on what Paul just said, The New Guy is a lot more fun
Mike!
than Dollhouse.
Yes, The New Guy is.
Yeah,
Crazy eyes.
like he has to bang. She has to bang Patton Oswald. It was really fucked up.
Oh wow.
Like
to
Patton
Patton
Oswald is playing like some Jeff Bezos type dude.
She has to bang Patton Oswalt.
Mike, are you out on parole?
I was just gonna say, dude. Like, did you just?
You look like you just escaped from prison.
I've
There's
never.
literally a number.
Fortunately, I'm not.
Yeah.
I just saw Adam wrote in the group chat drunk. I guess he was trying to write drunk as fuck, but he wrote drunk as funked. FUNCH. I said, well, this is going to be great if he goes on, so I'm going.
Yeah.
Gonna be here for this.
Yeah. It really does look like there's a number on the front of that shirt.
There
Does
is
it
It
a
say,
does.
number
He
on
looks
the
like he
front.
looks like he
It's
just
in-
came out of prison.
does it
That
say
is a-
Arkham Asylum shirt.
There's
I was gonna
Yeah.
say, does it say Department of Corrections on the back? I mean, yeah, okay.
Yeah, he does.
All right.
You know what's scary, Mike? You in that shirt automatically made you my type.
You know what?
Ah,
There
You know what?
so
Whenever
many
friends-
red flags. So many red flags just came up.
Everybody's like, that fits you. I'm like personality. I'm like, I've never been to jail. Fuck you. I wear it to
You've
work.
never been
It's
doesn't
the
mean you
manager
And
of-
if I came close, I still won't.
should.
My manager gets annoyed when I wear it to work.
You wear that
I
to
wonder
work.
why.
He goes, nice shirt. I was like, well, it's fitting to this fucking place. You fucking leave then, you fucking asshole.
Fucking legend.
That's the kind
Jesus
of
I
job.
should wear that when the steak comes around. Get one of those shirts.
Hmm.
See,
Oh my God, Owen, do you really?
it's a Batman thing.
It's a Batman thing.
And Ben Affleck was a badass Batman.
Hey, there we go. There's two of us.
And I was the first one that I hated Ben Affleck in Daredevil. I'm a big Daredevil fan since I'm a kid, and he fucking ruined that fucking movie. So when he was
Oh God, that movie
Batman,
was shit.
I was like, oh my God, now he's gonna ruin Batman. But you know what? He was a great fucking Bruce Wayne, and he was a great Batman.
That Daredevil show was amazing, though.
Oh, the show. I mean, I'm the movie.
Oh yeah, the movie's terrible, but that show was good.
Oh, the
Vincent
show-
Yeah, but he
D'Onofrio was
wasn't
pretty good.
Daredevil in the show.
No, but I'm saying there's good Daredevil out there. You just gotta get
they-
Ben Affleck out of.
everything that was wrong with that movie, they fixed in the TV show. So,
Wrong turn. What a bold choice to bring up, considering that every single film in that franchise is absolute dog shit.
I disagree. I like the first two.
Yeah.
Same.
So
Ick.
anyhow,
It's just
Like the only problem with like the first one I had was it wasn't sleazy enough.
yeah.
Like really, they're not going to like hump the hot redhead who'd never appeared in another movie.
Oh yeah. Nope.
And she's not going to hump anybody in that movie.
well, this way you could take the whole family to see the fucking inbreeders.
There was a little kid in that movie, and I was so pissed off. I'm like, I paid good money, and this kid's screaming the entire time.
That's the worst.
I'm like, they're like, well, we bought them a ticket too, and I'm like, yeah, but it was half off, and it shouldn't have been fucking sold. This isn't a movie for kids.
Yeah. It's true.
actually, yeah. PSA: if you bring your small child to a horror movie in a theater, fuck you.
Yeah,
Well, I'm going to take that personally, Ryan, because I took my son to see Saw. What was it? I think it was 5.
Wait, no. How old was he though?
7.
Yeah, that's no. I'm talking like 2 or 3.
We had to sneak him in.
No, I'm talking
Wow.
like if you bring a 2-year-old or a 3-year-old. Like my daughter
No,
was
I would
8 and we're
never.
bringing her to see horror
No.
movies. Like
sorry,
no.
but and I love you, Nicole, but I would have been pissed off at you if you would have pulled that shit in the theater with me, unless it was Saw 5, because I mean, who gives a shit at that point?
That's fair. Saw 5 is pretty bad.
But if it was like a movie I really
wanted.
wanted to see,
I don't see any problem with 7.
all of them. He wouldn't have been screaming. He enjoyed them. You know.
Yeah. No, 7's absolutely fine. I'm talking about those people that like bring like they roll up. Once I see someone bring like a baby carriage into the movie theater, I'm like, this is gonna
No.
be a fucked up night.
No.
Oh yeah.
yeah. Restaurants and movie theaters are two places that infants should never fucking be.
I mean, I took when he was a baby. I took him to a restaurant, but he was always good. Like he never
No.
screamed, and if he did start anything like that, I would take him outside immediately.
Which is
I
perfect.
wouldn't sit there
Exactly.
with him, you know.
It all depends on how your kid is. I
Yeah.
always took my daughter to restaurants. My daughter was always quiet. You threw her shit, her toys, her crayons. She stayed
Exactly.
in her own fucking
Yeah.
world and fucking.
Yep.
Yeah.
See, that's
There-
fine. My kid was like that too.
Mhm.
But at the same time, you know, there are people that take nightmare children to
Yeah.
restaurants,
If you know your kids,
Oh,
are
no, but
single and
that's-
stuff like that. Yeah.
and there are people that like breastfeed in restaurants, and I'm like,
Yeah.
Who gives a
if you
shit about
got to
that?
do that stuff,
Oh,
don't go
Yeah.
to a fucking public restaurant.
Okay, that's
Yeah.
a whole nother. That's a whole nother
that's a whole
conversation
nother
for
topic
another
that we're
night.
not going to get
Well,
into.
Yeah, we're
right
not
now.
going to touch
Okay.
on that one. We're not going to touch on that one, buddy.
I had a mother
Yeah.
yell at me in Dinosaur Barbecue because their kid was running around the place and tripped over my foot and fell. Like I didn't mean it. My foot was sticking out. But the
Oh,
kid
yeah.
coming,
Sure.
Oh, those are
I
the
didn't
worst.
mean it.
Yeah.
Accident.
but I thought it was hysterical. And what you think that's funny? I'm like, I actually do.
If it's any consolation, Mike, if my small child had done that, the first words out of my mouth would have been, "See, I told you not to friggin'
Mhm.
run around."
Well, my child wouldn't have done that. He wouldn't have gotten out of his chair. If he tried to get out of his chair, I would have strapped him the fuck down.
Hmm.
No,
I'm
I'm running around the
I'm a
whole
big
I'll
fan
fuck
of the
around
nat.
racetrack.
I'm a big fan of the natural consequence.
Yes. My father
Yeah.
was too. You want to stick a fork in the electrical socket? Go ahead. See what
I'm not
happens.
gonna lie.
You only do it once. Two things will happen.
Exactly. You'll only
One-
do it once.
Yeah, one, you won't do it again because it'll be a very unfortunate event, or two, you won't do it again because you learned your lesson.
Yeah,
No.
exactly.
Mhm.
Oh my god! But anyway,
Anyway,
I feel
yes.
we should get back to the movies.
What are we talking
Yes.
about? I don't even know what the fuck we're talking about
I
anymore.
was talking about
Remakes.
wrong turn.
Remakes.
Okay.
Nicole
Yeah.
is up.
Mike, do you want to go?
No,
Yeah,
I'll wait my time.
Whose turn is
Are
it?
you
Paul,
sure?
It's
Paul did
yours.
wrong
No, it's
turn,
yours,
right?
I
Nicole.
just
No,
went.
Clint just went with wrong turn. It's you're up, Nicole.
Oh, I'm sorry. I thought that was Paul's choice. Okay. All right. I'm gonna go with one where all of them were fucking fantastic. Invasion of the Body Snatchers.
Hmm.
Every single one was wonderful.
Oh, we're
Loved
doing good
everyone.
remakes.
Good and bad.
Yeah, what are we doing? Are
Good
we
and
doing-
bad. We're doing good and
Okay.
Oh,
bad.
I just
Doing
read
it
the
first
top
or
of the
better or
screen that says remakes better than the original. I totally misunderstood this.
Yeah.
I mean, I saw Poltergeist in My Bloody Valentine. I'm like, what the?
Yeah.
No, I'm doing. Is it supposed to be ones that are just better than the original?
It's anything.
No, I put both.
Okay.
I put both. Up at the
Okay.
top, I got better than the original. At the bottom, stop destroying things that I love.
Okay. Okay, we're good. All right. So Invasion of the Body
Okay.
Snatchers. They were all good. The original with Kevin McCarthy was scary. For black and white in those days, it was terrifying. And then they redid it in the 80s. It was great. Or not in the 80s.
78,
70s with
70s.
Jeff
78.
Goldblum and Donald Sutherland and Veronica Cartwright. Fantastic, terrifying. And they never go wrong. I loved Invasion with Nicole Kidman. I thought that was fantastic. They just every time they remake it, they just I'm not going to say they do it better, but they're all equal. Cody, go. They
Fuck
are.
you,
Oh,
Cody.
sorry.
Fucking close.
This dog right here trying to steal a cookie. Um, they're Girl Scout cookies. They're expensive. Go. You're not getting them. Go. But yeah, every one. I loved every single one.
So
No, I agree with you 100%, Nicole, for once.
Cool. For
The
first time.
78 Donald Sutherland, Jeff Goldblum remake is probably my pick for greatest remake ever made.
It's amazing. It's absolutely
It
amazing.
paid honor to the original, which
Mhm.
is important, and it expanded on that, which made it interesting.
Mhm.
And yeah, it's such a great movie. I
Have you
actually have
seen
the 4K
Invasion?
coming in the mail, I think, next week. So
Have you seen Invasion with Nicole Kidman and Daniel Craig?
No, I did not see that one, but I did see the Abel Ferreira one in the 90s, which was Body Snatchers, and that one
Mhm.
was pretty good.
It was really good. And yeah, if you get a chance, see Invasion. It's the same movie, but it has like a different kind of take on it because there are no pods.
Yeah.
It's just that yeah,
Oh.
but it's well worth watching. I enjoyed it a lot. It was scary.
So I'm going to pull a shocking twist into all this.
Oh God.
To this day, I have yet to see a single variation of this movie.
Wow.
Oh, you
Ryan,
got to get on that, man. They're fantastic.
did you see the original?
Nope. I've seen clips of several of the movies,
What
but
watch them in
I've never seen a single movie.
Oh my
watch them in
God, you should
sequence.
do that
Watch
for
the
the
original first.
hormonal show.
Yeah, to
Should
do
do the
the
what?
original and then the 70s and then the 90s and then Invasion. Yeah.
Yeah,
I mean,
I mean, I know
got to at some point.
100% Adam would be down because he likes the original a lot, and he likes 78 a lot.
I love them all. Love
The
them
most
all.
I've seen from the original is the clips you see in Gremlins.
Oh wow.
They're like huge sea pods. I don't know why. It's a weird thing, but like when Nicole brought it up, I started thinking about it and I was like, "Oh my god, I have never seen a single one of these movies."
You should. I think you would like it. I think you'd really love the original because it's got the old school, creature effects and you gotta watch it. Make it a movie night. Make it one of the hormonal werewolves watch alongs.
I'm surprised it hasn't got because like obviously like at any other YouTube show, we have a list of movies that for future episodes. It has not ever come up.
Interesting.
That's
Oh
probably
my
changing
God, you'll
now.
never look at capers the same way.
Capers. I don't know what capers are. What are capers?
Little pickles.
Oh, right. Okay, I'll take your word for it. I don't know what's happening.
Yeah. It's a caper.
Yeah,
Mike,
that is literally my only input on this part of the conversation because I have not seen any of these movies, so I cannot put my 2 cents in.
No, it's great. I mean, there's so much good chemistry with the cast in the 78, which I think is missing from the original. Like, oh my God, the way that Donald Sutherland, Goldblum, Leonard Nimoy, all kind of
Veronica Cartwright.
Veronica Cartwright, and then
And she comes back in Invasion. She actually
Yeah.
has a part in Invasion.
Yeah. Oh my God. I mean, like, it's just an excellent movie. I'm 100% agreeing with you. Thank you for reminding me that every now and again you like something that I enjoy.
It's not often, but it does happen.
Yep. Mike, you got anything to say about Invasion of the Body Snatchers?
I've seen the original. I haven't seen it in a real long time. I just watched this Donald Sutherland one not long ago. I like that, and even the last time I watched, you forget how many people. Leonard Nimoy has a lot of people. Jeff Goldblum.
Yeah.
Jeff Goldblum pre-leather pants.
Yeah.
Nah,
Yeah.
it's a great movie. It's
Yeah. Pre-fly.
pre-fly.
Mhm.
Mm-hmm.
If we could get Invasion on the server, that would be lovely.
It's already on. Oh, the Daniel Craig one.
Yeah, the Nicole Kidman, Daniel Craig one. Yeah.
Yeah, I can look for it.
That I've never seen.
So good.
Me neither. Me neither.
I love it.
Yeah, I only saw the 56 and the 78 or whatever that one was. And I kind of stopped there. It's a story for me that like doesn't get old, and if you say like the rest of them are good, then I kind of want to see the rest of them. I feel like the Donald Sutherland one was like a really good compliment to the first one, and it just expanded on it uh, over the takeover aspect of it. But we also got to see like the emergence of the pods. That was cool.
Yeah.
Like they just didn't have the ability to provide effects like that, or to really push that idea home in the original. Although, I mean, the original, like you had to use your imagination a lot, and they explained a lot of things with dialogue, and they did a good job of that. They were able to create, like feelings of terror with that, just basically describing it. But I really think that the Donald Sutherland one kind of surpassed it, and they did a solid to the original. Also, they did it right. They had a cameo, a very brief cameo of Kevin
I'm on a
McCarthy.
podcast.
So he did the original 56 movie, and he
Yeah.
like almost got hit by the car that Donald Sutherland was driving in the remake,
Yeah.
which was cool.
I had
So-
such a crush on him after seeing the original. I
Yeah.
mean, I was little when I saw it, and I just had such a crush on Kevin McCarthy. He was just amazing. But yeah, like I said, they're all the 78 is probably the better of all the remakes.
Yeah.
But yeah, and Invasion, like I said, it doesn't have the pods. It's more of a to describe it. It looks like a piece of almost like saran wrap, but it's alive. It's got living things in it, and when you fall asleep, it covers you like a web. So there's no actual big, alien pod. It's just this web that covers you, and it's really good, really really good.
Interesting.
Yep, that's my pick.
All right.
Ryan.
All right. I'm up. After the When a Stranger Calls, I realized I maybe should focus on things that are a little more well known. And I'm actually going to bring up this was when we talked about at the beginning, we mentioned there's the love for remakes, there's the love for the originals. There's no real middle ground. I'm going to bring up a movie that I do feel the remake, I enjoy the remake more, but there is definitely argument about which is the better movie, and I understand both sides of it. I'm going to bring up the Texas Chainsaw Massacre.
Oh,
from 2003. I fucking love this remake. I think it did take the grittiness and the implied violence of the original, because the original is, again, another movie where I will mention it is relatively blood free. But the original manages to, it's so weird. It's one of those movies where if you're talking about it as a non-hardcore horror fan, you always talk about the Texas Chainsaw Massacre as being this like really brutal, violent film. But the original is so good at implying the violence that it lets your brain fill in what it doesn't show.
Yeah.
The remake, on the other hand, it goes for the gusto. There are limbs flying off. There is salt being put on wounds.
Oh god, that was so awful. You felt that too.
Oh my god, it was so painful.
That was horrible.
Arlie Ermy is easily one of the most despicable villains ever put onto film in this movie.
And he sells it.
He sells it so well. I mean, there was so much going against this. Like when you heard it was going to be a Michael Bay production, you just assumed this was going to be dog shit out the door. And the Texas Chainsaw remake, and it had Jessica Biel, that girl from Seventh Heaven. This movie is way better than it has any right to be. And to me, this is the movie I keep going back to when I want to enjoy Texas Chainsaw. That's
Yeah,
Anybody else got?
Oh,
I
the original. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
no, go ahead.
The original is, and this goes right with the tagline for this hangout. The original is my childhood. I was probably early teens when I saw the original, and it was just so amazing. And then the remake came out, and I was hesitant because I thought, like there's no way they can top Gunnar Hansen as Leatherface. There's no fucking way. They did a hell of a good job. I'm not saying it was better than the original. It wasn't, but it's a very reputable remake, and I think it's because of Arlie Ermy. You really hated his character. I mean, and I love the villains. I usually root for the bad guy. I was not rooting for him, man. I hated he was so horrible. I mean, one of the, people talk about like the Devil's Rejects and how horrible those characters were. Arlie Ermy tops them easily. He, like you said, despicable, just pure evil
You
in
love to
human
hate him.
form. I just hate it. Like he was terrifying.
And how easily that shit comes to him.
It because he always
That
plays
shit
a
on
villain. He always plays a villain.
Like, I'll be honest, I was at a Monster Mania one time in a Q&A with him, and some guy raised their hand, and he goes, "You got a question?" He's like, "Can you degrade me?" And
Yeah.
he goes, "What?" He goes, "I want you to degrade." And he just went off like that on this guy.
Mhm.
And everybody started cheering, but like he just chewed this guy to bits. And
Yep.
like, it just comes really natural to him.
It does.
I met him at the NRA show. He was a really nice guy too. But he caught me taking a picture of him, and he saw me, and he went like this, like he went to draw his gun, like he was joking with me. He was like he could clown around, but he there's definitely was something up there.
I was lucky enough to meet him at a Monster Mania, and I waited 4 hours for him because he
Wow.
was only there one day. He was only there on Sunday, and I waited 4 hours to meet him, and I was finally my turn. I was terrified to meet him. I was shaking because of his characters, and I knew he was a real drill sergeant in real life. He was in the military, and I walked, and I had this picture, and I was shaking. And he looks at me, and I apologized. I'm like, "I'm so sorry, but you're scary as shit. Like, I'm terrified of you." And he just smiled and gave me a big hug, and he was a giant fucking teddy bear. And that shocked me more than anything because like, how are you so nice, and how can you play someone so evil and be so nice, you know? He was great. I was very, very lucky to meet him when I did. But yeah, he made the Texas Chainsaw Massacre remake and the one after it.
He definitely
He
when he's walking around with the socks with the little straps on them.
Yeah.
It's hysterical.
Mama, I think she likes me.
Yeah.
Like, and he is a huge selling point to the remake. But again, and that's what I feel some of the later sequels have forgotten about. It's not just about Leatherface; it's about the family.
Mhm.
Yeah.
And
Yeah.
Arlie Ermy is such a great. Even if you don't like the remake, we can't argue the fact that Arlie Ermy is such a great addition to the family that is
Yes.
Texas Chainsaw.
And can we also talk about a great subtraction in the remake? And this is why it's my second favorite in the series after part 2. Is there's no Franklin.
I feel Franklin got done dirty. I got no problem with Franklin.
But Franklin was annoying as shit.
Yeah, he was.
Was he?
Yeah.
And, I mean, I feel bad for him. I mean, I'm not like a monster or whatever, but like that character and like my dream or my nightmare movie would be like the kid from the Babadook and Franklin in like the same movie. 'Cause I would like lose my shit.
I'm
just
sorry.
The other thing I want to say about the remake is that if I could give an Oscar to a pair of jeans, I would give him to Jessica Biel's jeans
Oh my god.
in the 2003 Texas Chainsaw Massacre remake. If I could, I would 100%. Those jeans were amazing.
Yeah. Sorry to sound like a skeezy dude that, you know, at the end of the day, like
Everyone is.
if you're a
All
straight
dudes
dude
are.
or a lesbian, you are definitely checking out that ass in those jeans.
Yeah.
I am neither,
Hell.
but I was checking out that ass.
I was just gonna say, hell, if you're a straight woman, you're probably still checking.
I was. I almost turned because of that shit.
So, Paul, Jessica Biel in the jeans or Eliza Dushku in the white tank top?
Now, see, that's the opposite of
what
the
you just
Franklin
referenced
Babadook movie.
Why not both? Oh, I'm just picturing a movie, by the way, where Franklin's like, "Why can't you be normal?" And the kid's like, "Ah."
That's you. You slap a beard on Franklin. That's friggin' Ryan. Remember, I did that. I put the. Remember, I posted that.
That
picture
is
with the
such
beard
an
on it?
insult. Oh my god.
What?
Wow.
Not personality
What?
wise, looks wise.
Looks like
No.
I don't got curly hair.
I
And I'm-
posted the picture. Now I'm gonna find it.
I'm sorry, Paul. I am that monster. Franklin got what he deserved. He needed to shut the fuck up.
Oh my God, yeah.
Sally, slow down, Sally. I can't see what we're doing, Sally.
And then you find out the only reason he probably survived as long as he did was that his uncle was Dennis fucking Hopper in his craziest fucking role.
Yes.
And they actually brought Franklin back in part 2.
Yeah.
We saw
Yeah, like
him
he was-
skeleton in the wheelchair.
He doesn't mention Sally once. He's so focused on Franklin. Oh,
It
Franklin.
is, man. That like your creepy
Franklin, what did
uncle
they-
is.
What did they do to you, Franklin? I'm going to do a line of this here, and then I'm going to get vengeance on you, Franklin.
I mean, like, could you imagine Leatherface finding out that it was Franklin was the reason he came and murdered his entire family? Like, really? The guy in the wheelchair? That's why you're here?
Clint, I just sent it to you. Can you post it?
Oh, let me see.
Are we seriously comparing me to... If there was anything for me to lose weight right now, it'd be to compare me to
Wow.
fucking Franklin.
No, you.
Here, I'll
But I do like your impression. I want to hear that again.
Sally, I don't... This
Don't
isn't
leave
a-
me without the flashlight.
Don't leave me without the flashlight, Sally. This isn't an off-road wheelchair, Sally. This is meant to go on roads and sidewalks. I don't want to get pushed into this field, Sally.
He's just proving my point even more.
That sounds like a chainsaw, Sally. We'll either a chainsaw or... It might be a chainsaw or it might be someone that's just, running a Jenny. I'm not sure.
Oh my god. I'm gonna pee.
Then proceeds to give raspberries for like 8
Oh
minutes.
my god.
Look,
God damn it.
That is not Ryan.
That's not fair. You can't just draw a beard on someone and say they look like me.
I remember that day because I saw the picture and I was like, wait a second. And I just scribbled a beard on. It's like, look, it's Ryan.
Do you have a wheelchair in your van?
Fuck
Can
you.
we compare?
Damn.
I can get one to bring. You do photo ops with
Oh my god. But anyway, Texas Chainsaw the remake. And this was the first Platinum Dunes remake as well. So like this is what led us into the Friday the 13th, the Hitcher, all that stuff. This movie has this movie made me realize, because I mentioned at the beginning of this, I look forward to remakes. I look forward to seeing what people are going to do with whatever the franchise is. Texas Chainsaw is my, because I was like 18, I think, when it came out. This was my introduction. This is when I was getting into horror and being serious about what I love. This movie to me is why we should give remakes a chance. Because I feel even if you don't appreciate this movie as much as I do, you can't ignore the fact that it still respected what it came from and wanted to do its own thing based off of that. We're not trying to make a quick buck here with this movie. This really felt like we want to take what is here and do something different with it.
Mm-hmm.
And that's just, I do have a lot of respect for this movie. Unfortunately, with Platinum Dunes, it kind of went downhill as things went on, and we've already talked about Nightmare on Elm Street. But at the time, I do feel that it wasn't just about making a buck. It was about making something unique and original based off of an existing IP.
Right. I think one of the moments when I really, like I said, it will never be the original, but one of the moments I not only fell in love with this movie, but I just fell in love with Arlie Ermy all over again, was the wheelchair scene. The guy in the wheelchair after he loses the one leg, and he stands there and says to Leatherface, "Just even him out, even." Oh my god!
Oh,
I'm
that
like,
was
what the
that was in the
fuck?
sequel.
That was the sequel. Oh my god! What, like that?
Or the prequel? Sorry, prequel. Texas Chainsaw: The Beginning.
Yeah.
Okay,
Beginning.
but that was it. Okay, but
Just
yeah,
even-
that was another one
great.
that was just fantastic. Even
I-
him out. I just keep hearing him say that, and it just gives me chills.
I like all the later Chainsaw movies. There's not one that I don't dislike,
Leatherface kind of dog shit.
except
What,
that
what
one.
did you say?
Leatherface kind of dog shit.
Is that the one where he's in it like the last 30 seconds of the movie?
Yep.
That's when they escape from the. Yeah, I didn't like that one.
That one, The Next Generation, was terrible.
Next Generation was god awful.
Fuck you.
When that movie came out on VHS, I had a VHS and chill night planned with this girl, and I told her to pick out a good horror movie that she loved. And she
And then-
picked that fucking movie, and I fucking left when it was over.
Yeah. And if it had been me and her, we'd probably still be happily married to this day.
Yeah, 20 kids.
Yeah.
I think she does have.
I Matthew McConaughey gave it his all. He was great. That's the only good thing about that movie. The rest of it was shit.
Bill Murray, me. Fantastic.
Fucking remote
10 out of
control
10.
mechanical leg. Good God, give me a break.
The fuck was that?
I don't know.
That's my daughter storming around the house.
Okay. But anyway, that's all I got to say about Texas Chainsaw.
Okay.
Definitely worth a watch.
Oh yeah.
I think we are up to Paul.
Yep.
Okay. I'm going to do a good one.
Oh God.
The original is a movie that I like and I had a lot of fun with. It's pretty dated. But the remake was fucking amazing. It is 13 Ghosts
Mm.
with Matthew Lillard and Monk and the foreign exchange student from American Pie
Shannon Elizabeth.
/ Jack Frost.
Yep. And Tony Shalhoub. I never saw the original, so I can't compare. But the remake was phenomenal. It was great.
They're very different. much like the entire what was that, Dark Castle, or the company that put it out. They're very different from the William Castle original. They're similar with like the lawyer and the ghosts and all that, but they added like this was all part of some evil plan, whereas in 13 Ghosts, it wasn't really like an evil plan other than the lawyer trying to get this guy's money.
Hands down, one of the best kills I've ever seen. Yeah.
Yeah.
That was great.
But it's a down on their luck family gets this weird inheritance of a awesome house, and the family is the weird uncle was a collector of ghosts, and the original, there was like it was kind of like 3D glasses, but if you put the red view on, you couldn't see the ghosts, and if you put the blue on, you could see the ghosts.
Oh, okay.
And so it was like a gimmick that he had, and it was just, I mean, I love William Castle movies, and that one isn't one of his particular best, but it's it's still a pretty fun late 50s, early 60s ghost story.
No, was it in color?
The remake is fantastic. It's just such a good little haunted house movie. I enjoy watching it, and it just puts you in a good mood. I also like the House on Haunted Hill remake that they made. I like the Vincent Price version better in that case, but just because him and his wife have like such a great spiteful relationship that's so realistic, that it works. But I like that remake as well. But I mean, my pick was 13 Ghosts, so we can discuss that.
I definitely love. I mean, like I said, I didn't. Was the original in color or was it in black and white?
It's in black and white, but they have sequences that are blue or red so that you can see the ghosts.
Okay, that's what I was wondering. You said that they changed from red to blue, so I didn't know if it was in black and white or if it was in color.
Yeah. It was black and white.
Okay.
But if you wore the glasses, you could see the ghosts.
Yeah.
Wait, the audience, you mean?
Yeah.
It was like a. Oh, that's fun.
Yeah, it's like a film trick.
William Castle was big on those. Like you look at the Tingler and the seats that would,
that would have let, yeah, like the whole reason for the popcorn.
Yeah, so like you could either choose to watch it with the ghosts or without. And my DVD came with a set of glasses so that you could pick.
Yep.
That's so cool. Oh my God.
It's a different experience, watching it each way. And Castle was a genius like that. Like, just absolutely love that dude.
Yeah.
With William Castle. Go ahead.
Go ahead, Ryan.
I was going to say, with the William Castle picture, like, it wasn't just a movie with William Castle. You were getting a show.
Yeah.
There would be more to it. It's just like when you go see Phantom of the Opera on Broadway. The chandelier that's hanging back behind you is going to eventually slide through the audience and crash onto the stage. You were getting the same with a William Castle production. It wasn't just what you were seeing on the screen. There was going to be more to it on top of that.
I love that stuff.
He was the first person to like have insurance policies for people dying of fright. And I mean, I miss that level of showmanship. Like, I just think, like, how fast would I be at a theater if somebody gave me a barf bag for like a horror movie? Like, I would be there in a second.
I would too. if it really was like in smell-o-vision, or if they had,
Yeah.
like I'm thinking of the movie Popcorn, if they had like the giant mosquito flying down and
Yeah.
electrified seats and all that stuff. I love all that gimmicky stuff.
Yeah.
If anybody wants to kind of get more of a William Castle experience, there was a movie that came out, I think in the late 80s, early 90s with John Goodman called Matinee.
Yeah.
Okay.
And that basically, he's basically William Castle.
Yeah.
Okay.
It's a fun little flick for sure. And it's for movie lovers, it kind of hits harder. I don't know if that makes sense. Paul, you've seen it, right?
Yeah. Oh
It
yeah.
kinda-
I love that movie.
Yeah, just for people that really love movies, and it's more than just a let's face it, guys, it's a little bit of an obsession with all of us. The movie does hit harder with us, and I thoroughly enjoyed it.
Okay.
Yeah. John Goodman was awesome in that. And it was, I mean, don't go in expecting a horror movie. It's a melodrama about the Cuban Missile Crisis.
Okay.
But yeah, it's a great movie.
That's
Interesting.
right. That is. I keep forgetting that.
But man fucking rules.
But Ant-Man running through the aisles was fun.
Yeah.
But yes, Cuban Missile Crisis.
That little thing.
It's just in the background.
Mike, 13 Ghosts.
I love it. And like I said, I might even watch that again tonight. I own it. The original. I actually watched House on Haunted Hill last night. So I might do 13 Ghosts tonight. Like I said, they took a great movie and they added to what couldn't be done to it in the time. So,
Yeah.
it's a great old flick. I love the remake. I think everybody did a great job in the remake.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, like I said, and now I'm hearing we're gonna get a series on all the ghosts.
I can't wait. If they actually do it, I cannot wait for that.
That would be really cool.
That would be fucking amazing. Adam!
Oh my god.
Adam!
This should be great.
This might be a bad idea.
It's either going to be great or it's going to be a shit show. One or
On
the
a
other.
scale from 1 to 10, how drunk are you?
Like a 16.
14.
And
Wow.
fucking
Great.
task.
Did you bring your powdered donuts?
He doesn't
Take
even
that
know
as a
where he
no.
is. Look at
You
him.
know what a donut is? The round things?
Yeah, yeah.
Jesus Christ.
He's already confused.
He can't find his keys.
What do you want?
Yeah.
Who picked 13 Ghosts?
Paul,
I did.
Paul.
Okay.
Mike.
Mike, you're up.
All right. I'll do one that I.
What? 13 Ghosts was better than the original? That was.
It
No,
doesn't
we're
have to
just
be better than the
comparing.
original. I do think the remake of 13 Ghosts is better than the original, but it doesn't have to be better. It could be just any remake in general.
Yeah, I was
Okay.
confused the first two.
Well, I just see up top it says that was better than the original. So
Yeah,
I,
but
just,
look
Yeah,
at the
that's what
bottom.
threw
Look
me
at
And then the
off.
bottom is stop destroying things that I love.
I don't see past Mike's face.
It's literally right there.
happens.
Yeah.
Oh my god.
Yeah, you could take either position. You could say it's better. You could say this was a complete fucking waste of time.
Mike, what do you got for us, buddy?
I'm gonna go with The Thing.
Okay.
Now, The Thing from Another World, I think.
Oh,
Is,
this will be good. I'm so glad I fucking signed on, drunk as fuck, for this.
The Thing from Another World is an amazing movie.
Everyone should fucking record the screen right now.
It'll be on YouTube.
Paul's here, and Paul's here. This is perfect. Because I know what Paul's gonna say.
But like all in all, I probably watched the remake more. Doesn't mean that I like it more than the original,
Hmm.
because I think they're both great movies, and I mean, obviously, you wouldn't have the Kurt Russell version without the original. And for the time, The Thing from Another World was a scary fucking movie.
It's sorry.
I mean, I saw it when I was a kid. I mean, and it was already, I mean, it's probably from the 50s. I saw it when I was a kid in like probably the late 70s for the first time. It scared the fuck out of me. Very Frankenstein-esque. The creature looked. It's a great fucking movie. But it's almost like they're parallel. I don't say one's better than the other, but The Thing from 1982 is one of my favorite movies. And I actually watched that a lot. And like I said, they took an old movie and they did what they couldn't do in the 50s. And they just added to it. But like I said, I have a great appreciation for the original.
I did too. It's actually my dad's favorite movie of all time. The original, The Thing from Another World.
Yeah.
He used to tell me how him and his brothers. And my dad, he comes from one of those large, super big Pittsburgh families. None of them talk to each other, but he has like 8 brothers, and they all used to just sit in front of the tube and watch The Thing from Another World. And he would be like, "It's the scariest thing I ever saw." And I bought it for him years later. I thought it would be like a cool thing to give your dad for like Father's Day or whatever.
Yeah.
And he threw it on, and we watched it together. And he was like, "Yeah, that wasn't nearly as good as I remembered it to be." That was like, and I was like, "Oh, thanks, Dad." Yeah, another heartwarming moment.
That was probably one of the first 50s like creature features sci-fi flicks that I probably ever saw. That's probably what sparked my appreciation of them.
It's one of the best ones.
It is. It's a great fucking movie. You know what? I might put that on tonight. Fuck 13
Yeah.
Ghosts.
Yeah.
Fuck 13 Ghosts.
That's a different movie. And who doesn't like James Arnett in a carrot suit? Come on.
Right?
Yeah.
That's right. That's so weird that it comes back to the carrot.
He doesn't actually look like a carrot, though.
I know. I never got that. Like I was late to the party with The Thing from Another World, and I always heard like the carrot. I don't
Yeah.
get that.
People say it's not a remake because they didn't have state-of-the-art special effects from the 80s that could turn people into shapeshifters.
By people, he means me.
Yeah, and they
And you're
say
putting
that, like,
words in my mouth.
it's
I don't
not.
think that there's anything similar
Yeah, here you go.
in terms of like
It's the exact
They're both-
movie, except the monster's different. It's the exact same movie.
the monster's different. The entire tone of the movie is different.
No, it's
I
not.
don't think it's at all
You have the
similar.
Clarion.
It's like the 2 Wrong Turn movies that we talked about.
I've never talked about Wrong Turn in my life.
I'm
I
not
never
talking about you. I'm talking about being earlier.
And I never
Don't
will.
get me fired up, Bacchus.
I'm so glad I brought this up.
No, it's a totally different type of movie. Like The Thing from Another World is a
Yeah,
creature feature.
it's so different. Let's go down the differences. It's about an alien that invades the Arctic of the Earth, and like
Well, it's the
scientists
Antarctica
and
in
military have
the Kurt Russell version, and it's the Arctic in the original.
It's so different.
It is fucking
So
different. It's
different.
literally the opposite end of the earth.
I'm agreeing with you. It's like Cheers and fucking The Simpsons. It's different. It's fuck.
Yes,
It's so
Perfect.
different. It's
It
so
is.
different. There's nothing even remotely similar between the two properties at all.
In The Thing from Another World, it's a group of scientists
How are you so
going
smart, but
after
also
an
have so
alien.
dumb opinions
Yeah.
at the same time?
In The Thing from 82, they're going after each other. They're totally two different types of horror.
It's almost like they were made 80 years apart.
They're totally different movies.
It's almost like they were made
They have
80 years
different
apart.
different titles, even.
It's like, well, like Horror Express is still a freaking remake of the same genre of the same story. They were all made in different
Yeah, but
eras.
separate adaptations, like all the different Draculas.
Well, I'll give you except
I'm on-
for one very
on Team
specific thing.
I'm on Team Paul.
I don't care what team you're on.
I,
You can float
I'm
away
just-
into the Arctic.
I'm just fucking throwing my hat into
Or
this.
the
I've listened
Antarctic,
to you
because
guys
it's
yell
the
at each
same
other for
thing.
the last 5 minutes.
This isn't
I
a
blame you, Mike. You brought this up.
I didn't
It's
know
so
this was gonna
amazing
happen,
that it was brought
but
up.
I'm
and Adam
glad
brought
it did.
Because
if
as
it's
soon
not a
as you
remake,
did,
what's it called? The Thing.
as soon as you brought this up, Mike,
It's not a
I
remake.
knew.
Why is it called The Thing? The story itself isn't even called The Thing. It's called Who Goes There.
Yes.
So if
Wait.
The Thing from Another World, if The Thing is not a remake of that, why is it called The Thing? Though when the original story isn't even called that.
What?
The original story where all these
Yes,
movies
The Thing
are made
from
from
Another World.
it's called Who Goes There.
Yes.
The Thing isn't even a part of the title.
Right.
The Thing from Another World and The Thing are the only two movies that have The Thing in the title. So we're saying The Thing isn't a remake of The Thing from Another World.
It's a reinterpretation.
They both have The Thing in the title. When
Yes.
the actual story that they're adapting doesn't even have The Thing in it. Fucking
Yeah.
He's full of raspberries like Franklin.
Oh my god.
Come to think about it, we've never seen Adam Backus and Franklin in the same room.
Yeah, draw
I'll
the,
be frank.
he's got the beard.
I'll be frank.
Oh my god.
I think we're all
Yeah.
ignoring the elephant in the room, and nobody has brought up the 2011 version of the Thing.
Because
The
it's
prequel.
It's so
But it
bad.
sucked.
Yeah,
The
it's so
prequel
bad.
that was marketed as a remake. How weird is that?
That's so dumb. When it turned out to be a prequel to,
Takes
to
place
a
before the
prequel to the
1982
remake.
one.
I don't hate it.
I don't hate it.
I don't hate it
I think
either.
it's-
I
I
could
think
have
it's
done
good.
without
The CGI.
CGI.
Yeah, the CGI is
Yeah,
dog
it's
shit, but the
terrible.
movie as a whole, I like it.
I never watched it.
I just didn't like the story or the acting or how boring it was
Or the
So you
plot,
didn't like it.
or how bad it was just in general. It just sucked. It was a bad movie. I mean, it was cool. Like the only reason to watch that movie is to be like, if you're the Thing purist, and you want to like be like, oh, okay, so that's where the alien got merged with the Thing, and that's where if you're going back and watching the first movie and trying to see how it matches up, that's kind of
So
fun.
by the first movie,
Which first
you mean
movie? The Thing from
the-
Another World, or because they're
The
the
Thing-
same? Oh, I guess it doesn't matter because they're the same movie.
Oh, it's a remake.
it's a reinterpretation.
It's a remake. So it's the sequel to the remake.
Look, all I'm
Yes.
saying is, look, if we got Muppets in The Wizard of Oz, are we supposed to assume that that's a remake of The Wizard of Oz? He's gone. I broke him. I'm just saying it's not a remake. It's a reinterpretation of a novella.
Yeah, it's a separate
The Wizard of
adaptation.
Oz. Yeah, The Wizard of Oz was originally a story. So you've got your Wizard of Oz from what, like 1945, and you've got your Muppets Wizard of Oz. Am I supposed to believe that the Muppets Wizard of Oz is a remake?
Yes,
No, it's a
according to Adam, you are.
it's a
They both
reinterpretation
take place
of
in
the
Oz.
story. He's gone.
They both have a wizard.
You know why he's gone? Because he couldn't argue with the Muppet.
That's
Yeah.
Yeah. Once you throw the
Mu-
Muppets in, you can't argue with it. You know I'm right. Who the fuck brought up the thing? What the fuck were you
Mike.
thinking, Mike?
The instigator.
Yeah.
I didn't even. I had that plan to say before.
Oh
I
my
didn't
god!
know. But I'm so
soon
glad
as,
he came on when he did.
as soon as you said it, I was like, "Oh, this is not gonna fucking go good."
Yeah.
Because this has been a point of controversy for quite some time.
Yeah, for a really long time.
This is right up there with, is Jaws a horror movie or is Terminator a slasher?
Yes and no.
Yes.
No, we're not going to get into that. I'm just pointing
Okay.
out.
We can if we want.
Don't.
Oh,
No.
no.
I'm
No,
definitely in that.
No.
I'm definitely in that frame of
No,
mind
not-
to
No,
burn the
don't.
world down.
Don't. No. Oh my God! This parachute is an knapsack.
Oh,
I feel we've. Sorry to steal the thunder from you, Clint, but I feel we need to move away from this. So I'm going to say I feel we've said all we can say about the thing.
Move
Yeah.
on.
Adam, it's your
Adam.
Let's
turn.
move on.
It's your turn, buddy.
so a little bit more about the thing.
No.
Here's why. No.
No. No.
Well,
Boop.
poop.
Boop.
Boop. Boop in your nose.
I'm booping your nose.
All right, let me see what else we've talked about. Wow. I'm actually shocked at some of the things that have not been brought up
We're trying to avoid.
for a change.
I'm avoiding a few of them. Yeah.
Why?
Because I know it'll take over the conversation and we'll be here until 2:00 in the morning. So I'm not even going to bring them up.
Do it.
Well, I still want to talk about Night of the Living Dead
Do it. Do it
Oh, that's,
now.
a
Okay.
good one. That's a good one.
It's on my list. Go for it.
because it's great.
The remake or the
Which
original?
one?
Both. I mean, does one have to be better than the original for this to be part of the
No, that's
conversation?
what I
No,
said.
no.
Sometimes they could be just
OG
like
remake.
parallel.
I mean, I have a preference, but it's very close.
What's your preference?
The original,
That's only because you have that jar of dirt, isn't it?
but like, that I use it
I
now
got a
is
jar of dirt.
Condiment.
I
It's
got
the
a
same
jar of
cemetery,
dirt.
Nicole.
I just sprinkle it on my potato. It's like pepper. It's in my pepper. I just sprinkle it on my. Agree with Adam on Night of the Living Dead.
Yeah.
Thanks, Joe.
Nope.
It's the same cemetery, Nicole.
It just
What
looks
that they
different.
used in the remake?
Yeah.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
Mm.
So it
Pittsburgh.
could be
So-
either one.
Does anybody here not like the remake?
No,
No, the remake's amazing.
Remake's fantastic.
Depends which one you're talking about.
Oh,
Really, Clint? You're gonna, are we
So
going down
I'm
that
not even
fucking
going-
rabbit hole?
I mean, I know. Like, the problem with Night of the Living Dead.
Oh my
No,
God.
no. Put it away. Put it away. Put it away.
Yeah, I'm not talking about that.
No.
As much as I love Sid
I
Haig.
want to talk about that.
I love Sid too, but no.
But the Tom Savini one.
Yes.
Now,
Yes.
I've told this story 1,000 times, but
Mhm.
I'll do it once more. When I was young, a couple weeks ago,
You were a punk kid?
I was a punk kid. No, I went to Catholic school and like 8th grade or something when that shit came out. I was probably like 10 years old. I was probably like Olivia's age. That movie came out. They had a world premiere at Galleria Mall in Pittsburgh. Tom Savini was there. It was a big fucking to do, right? My dad and my uncle took me to go see that movie. Now, when we walked in, that entire inside of the mall was just like fog everywhere. They did the Dawn of the Dead thing. Like there was fog everywhere, and they had actors dressed up as zombies walking around, going doing the whole thing, and I'm going, oh my god, like I'm scared to death, but this is simultaneously the coolest fucking thing I've ever seen in my life.
Hmm.
And anyway, needless to say, um, that movie always, for that reason, holds a special place in my heart. It just does. How could it not? I mean, that's like one of my top 5 memories of all time. Was being able to like. I remember seeing my teacher and being like, "What the fuck are you doing here? Oh, you're like a real person. Like
Yeah.
you do things outside of school, you know." Um. Anyway, the movie did not. It wasn't a hit at all,
Mm-mm.
and I think it took a really long time to uh gain traction, like kind of like in the horror community. But um, as far as remakes go, I think it's fucking top notch. It's great. The one thing that's kind of weird about it is that like Tom Savini directed it, and like there's not a lot of gore. Um, the zombies look cool, but there aren't a lot of gore scenes.
Mm-mm.
But that's you know, it's almost a movie that didn't need to exist, but they made it anyway just to give George some royalties, and I think it's a great movie. I really do. I think it's a worthy successor to the original. And a lot of times I see people say it's their favorite over the original, which I don't agree with, but I can understand why. That's all I got to say about that.
The remake was phenomenal. I mean, for me, it was. I mean, Tony Todd had a lot to do with it.
It was-
Um, and I've had a crush on him fucking forever. Uh, but I also love now. I before anybody thinks everybody already hates my opinions on a lot of things, but I've been taking shit all night. I I love the original. The original is better than the remake. I will, if I had to choose, I would take the original.
Yeah.
Because Bill Hinsman scared the shit out of me when I was a kid. And but the remake, the one thing I liked better in the remake than the original was Barbara and what they
Mm,
did with her character.
yeah,
I hated Barbara in the original. I
yeah.
was like, bitch, what is your problem? Get the fuck up and fight. Like, stop being such a pussy and
That's
fucking
hard to
get up.
disagree with, actually.
And I love that they made her a fighter in the remake. I really do. Patricia Tallman did such a fantastic job. She's so good. I mean, she's good in everything, but yeah. So that's my thoughts. Original will always be better, but it is probably
See,
top 3 better remakes of all time.
I mean, I love both versions of it. The Barbara thing is really the determining factor.
Hmm.
I don't know if I like Barbara becoming Ash Williams more than I like Barbara, just overwhelmed by the situation and giving me a human that I would probably relate to. Because, like, if you're surrounded by a bunch of dead people trying to eat you, I, I don't know how my brain would process it, but I would probably just go to sleep, you know?
I just go to sleep.
And then just like hope I wake up dead. Like, it's Sunday night, going to bed, eat a bunch of cheese, hope my heart explodes so I don't have to go to work on Monday. But
Wow.
yeah, it's such,
That got dark.
That's every Sunday of my life.
yeah,
Really?
I'm only half kidding. So, I mean, depends on the half, but like I've seen enough. But like I think that Barbara's character in 68 is realistic. in terms of how people handle trauma. I don't think that I think that most people, when they experience a real trauma like she did, is going to choose to be a badass. I think that it's more natural, especially moments afterwards, to just go into shell shock and become catatonic.
Right.
Yeah, especially when you just
And
watch your brother die.
yeah,
Yeah.
and you know, you were goofing around, you were having kind of fun, and the next moment, that person's dead. And, I think that movie processes grief as a little bit more realistic than, you know, Barbara scared of her brother to Barbara, with a machine gun,
But
one
what
more
I
for the
love
fire.
Yeah,
with
but what
Barbara
makes
the
it for the
remake. I'm
go
sorry.
ahead, Nicole. No, go ahead.
I'm sorry. Real quick, with Barbara in the remake, one of the things I loved about it was she started off like the original Barbara. She was scared, she couldn't speak, she was shaking, like it took her a little bit of time to, realize like, okay, this is the situation. Here's I'm going to fight. She cuz in the beginning when she first ran into Tony Todd in the farmhouse, she just stood there unable to talk.
Right.
So she was in shock for a little bit and then she like you said turned into
But by
Astrid.
the end of the night, she was badass.
Oh, she was fucking
Right.
amazing badass.
Yeah. And I mean, I like the movie. I think it's good as a movie. It's entertaining and all that. Plus, like Night of the Living Dead for me, I think is the beginning of the contemporary horror film.
Mhm.
I think that movie
Yeah.
really changed cinema
I say this all the
forever.
time. Like people used to see that at the drive-ins with their family, and like the first movie was probably, you know, uh, some giant bug movie or something. Some giant bug. Something very innocent,
Mhm.
and then it turned into that. At the end of
Mhm.
just people getting their fucking insides ripped out and devoured, and like
Yeah.
people were not prepared for that.
Mm-mm.
You went
And they
from
showed it. They showed the
Mothra
zombies
to
eating the
this.
Yeah.
and back then that was massive.
I mean, it's
I
still
do
scary. It holds out.
It
I'm
is.
sorry.
Bill
Sorry.
Hinsman is still scary. He's still fucking scary. If I see a giant backyard or an open space, all I can see is him stumbling through it, like ready to attack me.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I do feel that remake Barbara actually, and
Not
this brings
everyone
up
was fighting. Not
That's fair.
everyone.
That's fair.
this
That
does bring
fucking
up what I
asshole.
was about to say though. Um, excuse me. I do feel remake Barbara gets a lot of flack for becoming like basically Sigourney Weaver.
Mhm.
Eh.
At the end of the day, everybody knows this. We have what's called the fight or flight response.
Mhm.
Barbara in the original was very much a flight response. She shut down, she separated, she backed away emotionally, cognitively,
Yeah.
physically, everything. She shut down. The Barbara we get in the remake is very much a fight response. She has her shock. And we see that in the beginning. She's still coping with this. She's dealing with these emotional traumas and she fights. We have a fight response. And I feel as a remake, this is where, again, like I say, if you're going to do a remake, you do something, you take the original and you make your own out of it. I feel the strong Barbara we get in the remake is much better than the Barbara we get in the original. Not from because it's realistic. It is realistic that someone will shut down. They will not function. 9 times out of 10, that is what you will get. From a storytelling standpoint, we like to see the fighter. We like to see somebody who overcomes the odds. And I feel that the remake gives us that in the fight response with Barbara.
Mhm.
No, and I agree with you, Ryan. I think that I like There was nobody that had that shutdown moment in the remake, and I feel like it was missing.
I feel we got that with I can't remember the name of the asshole
Well,
parents who
Barbara
have the
does
daughter.
act like that initially, and then changes her tune.
No, she gets that fight response.
Yeah, but what I'm saying is that initially that character is her. She follows the same beats as the Barbara of the original film, but then walks a different path.
Yeah.
Yeah, and that's what I like about the remake. We
I
get
don't
this
think we
new
need.
version of Barbara.
I mean, I don't think we need a character that just completely shuts down. I think the reason that they did that is because most people have the instinct to survive, regardless of the circumstances that you're put in. Like I don't think it's
But we
natural to just shut down
but we
the
do
way that
get
she
that.
did in the first movie.
We do get that in the remake, not with Barbara, but with the wife of the asshole. I can't remember the names.
Cooper.
Cooper.
Cooper's wife.
Cooper's wife is the Barbara of the remake.
Yeah.
To the point where she realizes her daughter is a threat and just can't cope with that. She shuts down. She can't cope with it anymore, and she meets her fate through that. We still get that in the remake. It's just not through our protagonist, which in this remake version is Barbara. That's
I think every character in the remake goes through the same beats as the characters in the original. There were slight changes in their destinies. Like Dwayne Johnson character, he sits in the basement until he emerges the next day. In the remake, he's already mortally wounded, so when he comes out, he's already, you know what I mean? Like,
it's turned, yeah.
and I think that was a conscious choice to like keep them kind of similar, but just to have like different things happen to them to.
Oh, it was 100% a conscious choice, especially with the fate of Cooper at the end of the remake. We don't get the Ben, finale where Ben has survived and it's dumb yokels who don't
If you
even
have a,
bother
if you have
to
a
call
drop
it a name.
down, if you have a drop down attic, you're all safe.
Well, that's the biggest plot hole in the movie is that they never acknowledged the fact that there was an attic to begin with.
If you have a drop down attic, the zombies aren't. You're
No.
good.
The fact that they never
Put
looked
everything up
into that attic.
there, and yeah, you got that window. You can look out.
No, the fact that they never looked into the attic was the biggest plot hole in the remake, because that would have solved everybody's problem right there.
They never noticed that they even had an attic.
But Cooper's death in the remake is our Ben's death from the original, but it's a remake, so it's a completely different spin on something. Instead of a tragic hero's death, we get the justification of the end of the villain.
Yeah, that worked for me.
I don't know. I do find that the Night of the Living Dead remake is probably the most interesting remake we will bring up tonight.
Yeah, probably.
Because it takes a lot of twists, but every twist feels intentional.
Yeah. And it's not like they had to take huge departures from the original because the original is a classic. They only took those departures because the story is so well known. They literally just took them just.
It's okay. I mean, at the end of the day, the remake only exists because George Romero wanted to get some money from the Night of the Living Dead.
Yeah, but it could have been bad. It could have been a piece of shit, and it's not. It's a great movie, and
it could be the Day of the Dead remake.
The twists that they make in the movie.
I have fun with that one.
they really pay off if like you're a big fan of the first movie, because you're waiting for certain scenes to happen and then they don't play out the way you expect them to.
Which is what a good remake should do.
Yeah, right. Because it's a very simplistic story to begin with. But anyway, good movie.
Clint, you're up.
I am. What do I want to do with that?
Just Nicole, just let him bark. We don't. We've heard
Yeah.
Catalina sing so many a tune.
Oh, right.
I'd rather hear
not.
Catalina.
Yeah, we're not upset about hearing.
Oh
a dog.
no!
I'd rather hear Catalina too.
Yeah. Strangely enough, I think she's asleep, which is really
Wake
strange.
her up.
Yeah. I'll go get her in a little bit. Yeah.
Get her out of bed.
Yeah, that's right. Catalina! Where are you at? She might have heard that. I don't know. I'll throw out House of Wax.
Paris Hilton, huh?
Yeah. Yeah.
As better or worse?
Jared Padalecki. See, that's where I don't know. I'll probably side with the Vincent Price movie.
Perfect.
But it's been a while since I saw it. But I don't know. I didn't really care much for the remake, the House of Waxing. I don't even think they're the same damn movie. You know what I mean? They're just similar in title, really alone, and because the storylines are very different. I mean, you had like one guy, some deformed dude who had a waxworks and so forth, and he walked around with a wax mask on. Didn't find out to the end of the movie in the original, and in the remake you get some like I don't even remember what, abused kids or something like that.
And he made like the greatest wax museum of all time.
Yeah.
Like hyper realistic.
Right.
And no one knew about this? Like, really?
But wasn't like the whole town desolate because he was killing the people to make the wax people? It's been a while.
Yeah.
No, you got it.
Yeah.
Yeah, something like that.
His brother is the mechanic, and you find out later in the movie that it's actually his brother and protecting him.
Yeah.
This
I mean,
remake.
You get to see Paris Hilton get piped in the fucking head. So I mean,
You know what? I'm going to throw it out there right now. Paris Hilton. I don't hate her as an actress.
I don't hate her at all.
Yeah.
But I just thought that scene was pretty funny.
She was fine in this. I absolutely loved her in Repo, the genetic opera.
Yeah.
Of all my problems with the remake, she is on the bottom of the list.
Yeah, no, I don't think she was an issue. I think her getting killed was probably one of my favorite scenes.
Mm-hmm. Although I guess the remake did have one thing going for it. Somebody got their finger cut off with a pair of diagonal cutters, so that was cool.
That was the shit. What's her name?
Yeah, that girl. And she like they taped her finger up with like duct tape or something.
Yeah, right.
Yeah, that was awesome.
She's big in Canada. She was in Popular Mechanics for Kids when I was growing up.
Oh,
she was in that movie. What was that movie? Was it called The Girl Next Door? Was that it?
Yeah.
Yeah. No,
Oh,
she's
God,
a
what was
Canadian
it?
actress.
is it Alicia Cuthbert?
That's it.
Yeah.
That's it, Alicia Cuthbert.
Yeah. Was she the centerfold in Popular Mechanics for Kids?
I hope not. Because we're right back into the Nightmare on Elm Street remake territory there. I absolutely hate this movie. This is actually one of the very few movies that I walked out of while I watched it in the theater.
What was it, like Empire Strikes Back?
No, we've talked about this. I don't hate the Empire Strikes Back. I just don't think it's the best one. But no,
Oh, man.
To me, there's the House of Wax remake is peak generic early 2000s horror garbage.
Yeah.
I don't
Yeah.
find there's a lot of positives with this movie. I don't know.
Yeah.
Maybe I'm wrong, but I just
I mean, the white
Nothing-
tank top does work.
but there's so many better movies with white tank tops.
Yeah.
But it is the weakest entry in the white tank top subgenre.
I don't know. Nicole, Mike, have you guys seen
I don't
this?
I don't hate it, but I get 100% what you're saying. It's just like
Yeah.
a generic. Let's
It's
put a
really-
bunch of young kids, and just really
Yeah.
wasn't a whole lot going on in the movie. Like I said, you got a few good kills here and there,
Mhm.
but like nothing special about it. I mean, I
Yeah.
don't hate it. I mean, I haven't seen it in a long time. I saw it in the theater actually.
Yeah. Just another movie in the 2000s where the director was like, we're missing something. What do we need? I got it. Jared Padalecki acting just being a good-looking guy that nobody likes.
Yeah,
Let's have him looking for a fan belt in this one.
it's just as good as Thanksgiving.
Fan belt. Oh my god. As soon as you said that, it came flooding back. It's because of a fucking fan belt that this entire movie happened.
Mm-hmm. That's right.
Ugh.
And the
It wasn't particularly. It's boring.
It is. And that's the biggest offense to this day that I say. The biggest offense a horror movie can have is that it's boring.
Yeah.
And I wanted, and I was like genuinely impressed with his wax sculptures. I would have just watched a movie where he makes wax sculptures.
Yeah.
Like, I don't know. It didn't make any sense. Because like all those wax sculptures were in direct sunlight. Summer happens in America.
That's right, because the whole town, it's not just the museum. The town itself is wax
It's all
sculptures.
wax.
Like he sets the people up like little dioramas.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Like they go into the church and it turns out everybody in the church is
is
that's right. Oh my god, nothing about this movie makes any fucking sense.
I didn't find it believable that nobody would know about like this awesome wax town. Like
Yeah.
that would be on like modern art,
yeah.
MoMA would
Bad
fucking
advertising.
do it, Like it's not realistic because the artwork was too good.
Yeah.
It's too good.
And there's no amount of wax that would stop those bodies from rotting.
Yeah.
It'd be the stinky town.
I mean,
Yeah.
did he embalm them all or were they just dead bodies
And it
filled
I don't
with
think-
gas
Well,
ready to
didn't
explode in the
look
sun?
cold in the town, right? I remember it being like
He didn't even wait for Jared Padalecki to die. He just coated
Like-
him in wax.
even temperature wise, it looked like it. I mean, if they were in tank tops, it was probably hot. So wax wasn't standing up.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I guarantee you we've put more thought into this movie than anybody who making it ever did.
That's right. That's right. 100%.
Yeah, it sucks.
Yeah, no, it's
Did Adam
the
pass out?
original. The original isn't great, but
Yeah.
it's better than this.
The original is great.
Yeah. Vincent
my
Price.
God.
Vincent Price is great.
That movie's great. Oh my god.
Oh God.
He got one of those Canadian cut movies. They always take the good parts out and ship those to Canada.
I am not ready to get into an entire debate about the original House of Wax. So
check out my wax figures, hey?
yeah, check out my wax figures, buddy. They're pretty good, I'm pretty proud of them, But at the end of the day, right? Like we just, we fucking shoot them up and then we just put them out there. But you just got to do your 9 to 5. You do your house wax figures, and then you just stop over at the Tim's there at the end of the day and try to go to maybe watch the Leafs try to win. Maybe they'll get the fucking cup one of these days, but I fucking doubt it.
I would totally watch that movie.
Yeah. All the wax figures we're missing was a toque.
See, it would be believable in Canada because it's cold, so the wax would hold up.
Okay, I just random tangent, and then Nicole can pick her movie. I recently listened to a podcast where they were talking about toques, and somebody mentioned they called them toboggans.
What? No.
Who the I don't know. I'm Canadian. We've always known them as toques. What do you? If I said toboggan to you guys, what would you think?
I think of Calvin and Hobbes.
Okay, Nicole.
A sled.
Yes, a toboggan is a sled.
Yeah.
It's not a fucking
Right.
hat.
No, it's not a hat.
It's not a hat.
No.
Well, that's what a
No.
toque
A
is. A
hat?
toque is a hat. A toque is a hat.
I
I'm
think
way
of-
too
guys-
drunk to have this fucking conversation. Can we talk
I
about
think
movies
you guys.
again?
I think you guys call them beanies,
What the fuck are we
Yeah.
talking about?
Okay.
yeah.
Yeah.
but it's definitely not a sled. What the fuck
No.
is that?
A
No.
toboggan is a sled.
A toboggan is a sled, right? Okay.
Yeah, it's a flat one with a curved front. It's a very
Yeah.
Or-
specific type of
The old
sled.
school.
Or I
Yeah.
think of
Silent Night, Deadly Night. The one that was on Silent Night, Deadly Night. in the car.
Exactly. 100% exactly.
or I think of Danny DeVito pretending to be a doctor and It's Always Sunny in Philadelphia.
I think of Danny DeVito trying to be a doctor in Junior.
Dr. Toboggan.
Dr. Toboggan.
Yeah.
Oh.
Nicole, you're up.
Oh God. How do I follow this? All right, I'm gonna go with. I don't think this is gonna be too controversial. I'm gonna go with The Fly
I had that on my list.
Oh, that's a good one.
remake.
I think it is going to be controversial.
Brilliant.
Uh,
Nothing
can-
wrong with the original.
I can
really,
tell you
but
right
the
now
remake-
because I know our tastes of at least 2 of our people in this group. It
You
is
don't
going to
know
be
me.
controversial.
I know.
You don't know me.
I know enough. I know enough.
Not as bad as some of the other ones I have on my list, but yeah, the remake of The Fly was better, much better. Like Ryan said, Vincent Price is great, but yeah, Jeff Goldblum.
But when you say better like that, it makes it sound like there's something wrong with the original.
Nothing wrong with the original, but I loved the remake more because Jeff Goldblum's performance in The Fly was like Matthew McConaughey in Next Generation. It just blew it right out of the water. All right,
Vilmer.
Ryan, I broke Ryan.
But
Like- Mike, was this one of those ones you grew up with as a kid?
yes,
It was for me.
What people don't get about the old movies, because if you weren't into, like, I know, like, as a kid, I was into watching these black and white horror movies, and I'll be honest, that too. When I was a little kid, when the Vincent Price movie, when he was walking around with the big head of a fly, that freaked me out. Freaked me the fuck out.
Yeah.
It was like you gotta put yourself in the time. So
Okay,
like,
is the bottom row seriously arguing that the original is better than the remake?
100%.
I'm with Mike.
I'm
Oh
gonna say it's just.
My
I'm not gonna say
God.
it's better. I'm gonna say
I'm-
it's even.
Again, it's another one that they're
It's-
both great movies, but the other one wouldn't exist without the greatness of the original.
There is no other. I mean, that's a clear. You know,
they're not even the same fucking movie.
this is another one. It's not a remake anymore.
Yeah,
And we're
that's
gonna do this with every fucking
No.
remake.
No, you know what? No.
They-
And this is a hell. This is a hill
It's
I will die on.
Different City. It's not even a remake.
No, it is a remake.
every
And this is a
fucking
hill I will
remake-
die on. This is a remake that takes the core concept. You're wrong, Olin. This is a core.
What did he say? I missed that one. I don't have my glasses
he favors the
It's like
original.
the first
you
movie
can't go wrong with Vincent
changed some
Price.
things. It's not a remake.
No, it is. It's a remake that
They
takes the
changed
core
some things from
concept.
the first one. It's not exactly the same. So
You
it's
don't
not a
on. Like
remake.
I've had enough.
It's a whole other movie.
This
It's a whole other fucking movie.
This only proves
Doesn't
that Adam
have
doesn't
any
understand. You're only digging your grave more.
I should have just brought up Child's Play.
No,
Jesus
this is
Christ.
good. This is good. Okay. The core
need
concept. I get the core concept of The Fly. This is a remake that takes that core concept and turns it into something completely different. This is a character study about a perfectionist, about a scientist who strives
It's a different
To be the-
adaptation
to be the best at what he does, and the insanity
of that first movie.
and the narcissism that leads him to his ultimate demise. The remake of The Fly is, in my opinion, one of the best examples of how you take a flawed film and turn it into something amazing.
A
But
flawed
it's
film,
not film.
aka one of the greatest 1950s sci-fi
That's what I'm
movies
saying.
ever made.
It's about a dude who grew a fly head. It's
You
not
didn't
that
grow
great.
up in the 1950s, and that's the only
Neither
reason you
did
didn't like
you.
it. Yeah, but I still have the freaking. I can still put myself as the
That's
viewer
what I'm saying. Even in the
of
70s,
somebody in the 1950s. You
even
look
in the
at it
70s, when you
No.
watch
still
that
like a man bun guy. I'm a man bun guy watching a 1950s movie. You can't. They don't mesh.
Look, I get it. You're
Of course
wrong
they
and
did
you're
different
angry. I
things.
I
It's like
accept
80
that.
years later. So they have the technology to expand on it that they didn't have back then.
Nicole, you're right. The remake surpasses the original any day of the week.
Except for days that end in day.
That too.
That's what you got. That's what you're gonna throw back at me.
The original is, I mean,
The
it's
original is
iconic.
The original is cliched. 19.
It's not
like,
cliched at all. It was the first of its fucking kind.
No, it
Nobody
was
even
not the
did
first
a
of its
movie
fucking
about
kind. I can throw out.
transferring space. It was the first one to do it. You don't know what you're talking about.
It was the first 50s sci-fi movie to show that science can be done wrong and there's horrible consequences.
Well, science is a broad stroke.
Yeah.
Oh my
The
god, the
movie is the
ending of
broad
the
stroke.
original, help me.
Nicole's
That
just
shit
eating
is
her popcorn.
awesome.
Science. I mean, just saying.
Nicole's like, I know what I
science.
did.
Science is a broad stroke.
Yeah, and the movie is a
This
broad
was the
stroke.
first
movie-
one.
No,
No, it was the first one that did the transporting thing. The whole gist was about the transporting. It was the first one to do that.
okay, great. That's fantastic. But at the end of the day, it's still general 50s, 60s schlock.
Oh boy.
You know where I was wrong on this? I thought for sure Mike would be in the middle of this argument.
We got this bottom
Because I know how
row.
much he loves the old stuff.
There's a reason.
There's a
It's a
reason
good
people even still
movie.
remembered it in the 80s. And it was because of how good it was in the 50s.
What are you
And-
talking about? People remembered in the
And
80s.
how thought-provoking it was.
It was remade by a Canadian director who has a body horror fetish.
That's why you like it. You're biased. I'm sticking with the Canadian.
There is no
These
way.
colors don't
I
run at the bottom.
I absolutely refuse to believe that you can put the original Fly on the same level as the remake.
I 100% do.
Oh my god.
Yeah, I 100% do. I 100% do. Like it's just like Night of the Living Dead and Night of the Living Dead.
No,
It's
it is not.
or
They are
the
not
thing.
the same movies.
Fly remake is awesome, eh?
Yeah, you know what? The Fly remake is awesome, buddy. Because I'm going to tell you why right now. Because fucking Jeff Goldblum there, buddy. He fucking he's all like, oh, I'm gonna hook up with a nice little lady. We're gonna, hang out, do a night on the town, maybe check out a hockey game and this, there, and that. But eventually, we're going to go back to my room and, fucking canoodle a bit. And the next thing you know, I'm fucking roasting a monkey and trying to tell her that this is okay. This is all part of the scientific process.
They didn't canoodle in the 50s. So.
Ryan, name a black and white movie that you do like. Anyone?
What was that one we watched with the tiny dude?
Oh,
Is
no.
that The Incredible Shrinking Man?
Yes, I love that one.
That's a good
But
one.
The Fly isn't even a black and white movie. It's in color.
Yes.
Isn't there two versions?
Yeah,
No,
it was
The
the
original
Curse
black
of
and
the
white and also
Fly.
Technicolor.
Curse of the Fly is in black and white,
The original Fly is in color.
but the original Fly is in color. But it's
Look, at
You
the end of
know-
the day, the original Fly, there is nothing wrong with it. I do enjoy it. It is standard B movie horror fare. The remake is something that transcends that. It is a character study. It is dealing with, it has subtle hints of addiction and dealing with stuff like that and depression and anxiety. It is about a man trying to cope with the person that he is becoming and not being able to deal with that,
Right.
and bringing other people into the suffering that is. This movie is, the remake is fucking amazing.
It is. It is. I love the remake. It's one of my favorite horror movies of all time. The
the
fact
remake
that
is great,
you're,
and
the fact that you're
Every-
putting me in this position.
Everything
to
Ryan
step up-
just said is what I was trying to say. Nothing
But,
wrong
like-
with the original.
But that's not what he's saying.
Like,
He's not
is
saying
what I'm
there's
saying.
nothing wrong with the original. No, that's not what you're saying. That's
I
not what
am.
you're
There's
saying.
nothing wrong with the original, but it's standard B
You're
movie
saying
schlock.
you're saying there's quite a lot wrong with the original.
It is in the fact that it's
And
just
it's
a
standard
generic
and it's
B-movie film.
ordinary and it's this and
Yes,
that.
it is.
And it's none of those things.
It is.
It was absolutely a trailblazer when it came out.
He
There was
had a
nothing
fly hat.
like it.
can I change my pick?
Name another
No.
movie that had where a guy had a flag.
What?
Right?
What the fuck? What does that even
You're
mean?
saying that you're
Name another
using that
movie
as an
where a serial
example. You're using that as an example of it not being an original movie.
My example of it not being an original movie is the fact that it's a movie that deals with the fact that a man has, what's the word I'm looking for? Has perverted the limits of science, and that his housewife has to deal with the repercussions of that.
So everything since Frankenstein has been a ripoff.
Pretty much.
That's how we're rolling with it. Because I mean,
Okay,
that's basically what we're
not fair.
saying.
That's not fair, pretty much. But I'm saying that there's nothing
Every-
special about the original Fly.
Okay. Well, anyway, I'm going to bed. Good night.
Yeah. He actually left.
Wow.
he probably logged off right before he was going to pass out. That's what. He knew it was coming.
I wasn't being too much of an asshole, was I?
No.
No.
Paul?
Yeah.
We're never assholes to each other. We debate a lot, but we're never
I mean, no, I'm serious. I was
intentionally
joking.
mean.
Yeah, I was joking, but like Paul, come off as being like seriously like, and I'm angry towards him.
no.
No.
Okay,
No.
okay.
You're both very passionate people, and that's what I love about you.
He was probably overly sensitive tonight because he was hammered.
I'm gonna give him shit later. That's all I'm saying.
You're going to
Brian, it's your turn. We're getting
But
off.
Brian, real quick, I will say this: the original is a great example of 50s monster movies
100%.
and everything else. It's a fantastic example. It's one of the high points of the creature feature and science gone wrong.
Mhm.
But the remake is a Greek tragedy. So
Yeah.
it's a little bit hard to compare, that I think in terms of influence, the original Vincent Price movie has a higher influence than the Cronenberg remake. So that's why I hold them in the same esteem. And I don't watch them. There are two different moods that I'm in when I'm watching one or the other. So that's why they're pretty equal. You know, they're equitable in my opinion.
I had
I just-
never ever thought of The Fly as a Greek tragedy until you just said that.
The original or the remake?
The remake. I've never thought of it as like a Greek tragedy. I just wow. Mind blown.
I always took it as a
You're
study of
absolutely right.
somebody who has like has a problem with addiction and stuff like that.
Do you think that he had a problem with addiction before he started to transform?
Yes.
Before he went through?
Yeah. And I feel the transformation, the combination with the Fly was when, like, unfortunately,
accelerated.
a lot of people with addiction, they get to the point where there is, I hate to say it, there is no coming back, despite
Yeah.
the fact that there are people that are trying to, and you get that with Gina Davis. There are people that are trying to actively help you, trying to bring you back from this moment that you've hit.
Yeah.
And that is, to me, what is the most horrific part of this, and the most gut-wrenching part is that he is past that point.
Yeah.
It is happening no matter what.
Yeah.
Even if he wants to change, it can't happen for him.
Right. It's very sad. I mean, the remake of The Fly is a very sad movie. I mean, that final scene when he lifts the gun up to his own head, you know, like it's fucking heartbreaking because he wasn't a bad guy. He wasn't a villain. You know.
No, and that's what makes the remake, and that is something that it is mimicked from the original. Like with what happens at the end of the original, he's not the villain. He just knows we need to stop this.
Yeah.
And that's something that's replicated in the remake.
Yeah.
We just don't get the cool acid vomit that melts a dude's hand.
Or the arm wrestling thing. That
And
was my
ankle.
favorite scene.
I was just gonna say
And he
the arm
broke the guy's arm. Yeah.
Oh my god, I can't believe we kicked Adam off over The Fly.
I thought for sure it would have been when I brought up Dawn of the Dead. God almighty.
We haven't done that yet.
No, we haven't. That's what I was sitting in my mind. I'm debating, like, which one should I do? I'm like, I'm not going to bring up Dawn of the Dead because that'll be a 2-hour argument, and you know, I'll be crucified. Ryan, it's your turn. Sorry about that.
Well, are we doing one more round after this?
Yeah.
I'm getting kind of beat.
Yeah,
I had a busy ass day. We went out for our anniversary today, so
I
Yeah.
saw
Happy
those pics. That was
anniversary.
nice.
Happy anniversary.
it's actually next Saturday. But she got conned into going to like a purse bingo thing.
Hmm.
Mm.
So
Yeah. We can make this last round if you guys want.
If
but-
this is the last round, then there is a movie I want to bring up. That's the only reason why I'm checking.
Go for it.
Go for it.
Okay. As Nicole just mentioned, I'm going to bring up the Dawn of the Dead remake. I think that this is one of the biggest examples of a movie that I immediately fell in love with and broke my heart to the point where I have tried to rewatch it multiple times, and it still hits me so hard that I absolutely despise it.
That's fair.
Paul, we know how you feel.
You know, to be honest with you, I liked it the first time I saw it, and that was in the theaters. Then I saw the extended cut or the unrated cut, and I hated it because of the zombie baby. It was so stupid. Um, but like Ryan, it had a lot of potential, and then it falls apart in the third act, like really bad. Original movie was my favorite movie when I was in high school. I moved to Pittsburgh, got a job at the Monroeville Mall because I wanted to work where Dawn of the Dead was filmed um, after high school. And I love it. But and the remake, every time I watch it, I like it less and less and less. And, you know, it's got a great opening. It's pretty good it's got a really good first half, and then the second half it dwindles into Zack Snyder doesn't know what the fuck he's doing. And it gets more and more unbearable every viewing. So I mean, it was better than I thought it was going to be originally, but I mean, I don't view it as like a classic horror film at all. But we've had this discussion, and I'm getting tired, so I'm not going to fight for it. I mean, I'm glad that you like it. I know a lot of people that do. I know a lot of people that like it more than the original. And I mean, at the end of the day, you like what you like.
Mm-hmm.
But I like remake, you know, and it's like the thing with remakes is I'll give them a chance for the most part if I have like interest in it. I'm not like anti-remake at all. But I think the strengths of the remake are, you know, it benefited from some contemporary technology. It was okay to do the fast zombies from Return of the Living Dead and 28 Days Later, but they go too fast. And, you know, I do prefer slow moving zombies because, you know, rigor mortis and stuff. But I mean, it is what it is.
Yeah.
It's
Yeah.
not bad enough. Like I've seen a lot of worse movies than the Dawn of the Dead remake, but you know, I've seen a lot better remakes than the Dawn of the Dead remake.
And
So
Paul, I mean, I hope you know I would never seriously argue with you over something like this.
yeah, I mean,
You know,
I have a
mean,
personal attachment to the
right.
original that, you know, it's very nostalgic for me because of personal events in my life and how I first saw it. We were coming down to Pittsburgh, and my sister had leukemia, and they thought that they might have found a bone marrow transplant that would have saved her life, a transplant, like a donor. And we were coming down to Pittsburgh, and we were going to eat at the Monroeville Mall. My dad showed me Dawn of the Dead, 78, because this was, you know, when I was a kid. And he's like, we're going to go to this mall. And this mall was where they filmed this zombie movie. You should check it out. And, you know, I fell in love with it. And it was like the last time my family had hope that my sister was going to survive. So, like, I can't objectively argue Dawn of the Dead because Dawn of the Dead was like the last normal moment in my family because my sister died like 3 months later. So, so I can't justify it, you know, like the things that I love about that movie that I, you know, can't do. And, you know, and it also speaks to me personally because I love like anti-consumerism commentary in movies, and, you know, it works in that aspect to it. I love satire, and the original is satirical, and you know, it's you know, there, but I can get why some people find it boring. It does take too fucking long for shit to happen. there is a long stretch in the middle that nothing happens. So I 100% get that, but because of when I saw it, how I saw it, why I saw it, it's a perfect movie for me. So
Well, first of all, I'm very sorry. I did not know that about you.
yeah,
And now I feel like a complete cunt for bad mouthing it.
that's fine. You didn't know.
But I mean, I understand your attachment to it. I honestly do. Nostalgia is a big factor for a lot of these movies with us, you know?
Yeah, I mean, watching old 50s horror movies was like my Friday night when I was a kid.
Yeah.
So a lot of these movies, like The Fly, that's me as a kid. So
It was color.
I get that.
yeah,
I like a lot of stupid movies that I know aren't good movies, but they bring you back to that place when
Yeah.
I was happy and I didn't have no problems and I didn't have bills and I didn't have fucking assholes at work to deal with
Mm-hmm.
and that was like the highlight of my week. Sometimes, like I said, especially when VCRs came out and if you tape something, they were like certain movies I would just watch on replay.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
And to this
Huh.
day, those movies bring you right back to that spot. And maybe even for like the hour and a half you watched them, you forget about all the shit going on now.
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm.
Totally
Well,
get that.
one of the highlights of my younger carefree years was my Anchor Bay clamshell Dawn of the Dead.
yeah,
I would throw that in on my VCR and I would watch it multiple times in one night because at the time that was all there was. I enjoyed it. I loved it. It made me feel happy. The rest of the world didn't matter.
yeah.
At 40, that doesn't happen so much.
I mean,
And
that's
that's what.
for me. I recorded it off a TV on a VCR tape when I didn't even know what it was, and I read it and I was like, I ended up and I watched that as a kid repeatedly on a whatever on like a TDK VCR tape that I copied. Actually, and I still have it down in the basement. It's just one of those movies you can watch over and over.
That'd be badass to have a actual like copied off of something else version.
Well, my dad was like a junkie. Once he figured out he could, he's like, well, I could buy 2 VCRs, and he would just go rent stuff and tape them.
Yeah.
But then there were those movies like that movie I happened to get off. We didn't even have, like I said, cable wasn't a thing. We had HBO when HBO first came out. It was a big box. You had to push a switch in the back of the TV, and
Mm-hmm.
we used to get a little ad, a little like flyer thing of the movies that were on. And House 2, I remember seeing the ad, that looks cool. So I recorded it off HBO and became one of my favorites.
As we have been reminded several times.
Yep.
Oh my god. But yeah, we didn't get into the remake too much.
Yeah.
I've done my rant about it several times. I'm not going to do it again now. Paul, Mike, you are new to what I've talked about it. Like, how do you guys feel about? I know how Nicole and Clint feel about the remake.
I like the remake. I feel where it goes down when the second group of people get there, like the dude from Modern Family. I forgot his name, but like
The
when
truck driver and
when they all get there, I feel that's where it starts to go downhill.
Yeah. It's true.
I feel it goes, as I've mentioned before, once they decide to try to rescue the dog.
Mhm.
That's where the movie takes a turn for me, and I can't forgive it.
I feel it took a turn for the worse when they shot Burt Reynolds.
Not Jay Leno, though.
No, fuck that guy.
Fuck you.
Yeah.
I feel it took a turn for the worse when instead of getting Disturbs down with the sickness, we got
He got
Richard
the loud
Cheese's-
singer. That
We
was
got
the-
Richard
that was
Cheese's
great.
down with the sickness.
That was the best part of the movie.
I do love me some Richard Cheese, but I was looking forward to, and we did get that in the closing credits. We got Disturbs down
We
with the
did.
sickness.
We
But
did.
if there was ever a movie that needed a great zombie action scene to Disturbs down with the sickness, it was the Dawn of the Dead remake. I'm a big sucker. I do feel that music is important in movies, and I love it when movies pull an actual song, not just a score, but an actual song that
Yeah.
impacts to the visuals that you're watching. And I felt that Dawn of the Dead could have benefited from that.
Yeah, music is definitely very important to a movie. There's so many films.
What is Zack Snyder's best movie?
Oh, I do enjoy the Zack Snyder cut of the Justice League, but I'm gonna say Army of the Dead.
I want to say it's 300.
Oh yeah, he did that. Yeah, it's still Army of the Dead.
If it wasn't for the whole husband and wife zombie with having the baby zombie, I would have liked Army of the Dead.
The husband wasn't a zombie. Oh, husband and wife zombie. Okay.
You,
Yeah,
you know
right.
what I'm saying?
Yeah,
And
that
the
was
zombie
weird.
horse.
Yeah.
Zombie horse?
That's an Army of the Dead.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, there was one.
God, that movie is fucking great. Anyway, okay. Paul, you're up.
All right. Do I do the worst remake or one of the best?
It's the last choice.
Depends on who you ask.
Make it count.
Exactly.
I don't think anyone's going to argue either case too heavily. So do we want to end negative or do we want to end?
Whatever you want.
Okay, well, nobody brought it up, I don't think. Um, the Blob remake.
I
It's
have
on my
that
list.
Mm. Are you
Okay.
pro or anti-Blob remake?
I'm pro.
Okay.
The worst one was The Fog.
Yeah. Agree.
The Fog remake was so fucking terrible. But I'm gonna end positive and go with the Blob. Frank Darabont did a great job with that. It was clearly a labor of love. It did what a remake should do, which is expand the universe and make it fresh. And it's got great effects. It's a fun movie. It's exciting. It's got Tony Todd. And yeah, I love it.
The Blob remake has Tony Todd.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure Tony Todd's in it. It's one of his
Tony
first
Smith,
roles.
Kevin Dillon.
Bill Moseley's in it.
Yeah,
I'm trying to think who Tony Todd was in it.
he was in the church. It's a small role,
It's very possible.
but it's like in the finale. But yeah, young Tony Todd's in it, and yeah, it looks incredible. It moves great. I like the original with Steve McQueen, first movie.
Mm-hmm.
Gone to Blobfest with Mr. Backus. did the theater run with him. And but yeah, it's a super fun movie. It's great. It's funny. It's gross. I like it.
Do you feel it's better than the original?
Yes.
Me too.
Agreed.
I mean, don't say that in Phoenixville
No.
if you go to Bloodfest, but like our Uber driver went on this huge tirade against the remake. And I'm like, oh, me and Adam were like, oh, okay, this is crazy town. But
I don't this is one of those movies I don't understand, even if you love the original, and I do. I love the original Blob. But even if you don't admit that the remake is better, I feel you still need to say it's in the same league.
yeah. And I'm not even gonna say it's in the same league. I actually think it's better.
Oh yeah.
Um,
100%.
I mean, that doesn't mean I don't like the original. But you know, it's a completely, solid remake. Like this one, it just moves better, it expands better. And perhaps maybe it was because, my uncle owned a video store and that poster freaked me out when I was really little, when it first came out.
The VHS cover art one of
Yeah. With like
football
the
star,
guy
like,
like
pushing them.
drowning in the ooze.
Yeah.
Well, that's
But,
what we didn't get in the old one. They took the effects. They did so much more with the effects, like you said, how getting the guy getting sucked down the sink and the guy in the phone booth and you see
Oh,
him
the phone booth was
cry.
great.
Yeah. Oh
The
my
phone
God.
booth was great when she was in the phone booth and the face just
And the face is
and the eyeball was just like peeling off.
And I remember when I was
Oh,
a
yeah.
kid, when I first saw the commercial on TV, the old dude when he's in the hazmat suit and he's in the manhole and he just and it like fucking fills up his like whole suit. I was like, before I even knew, I was like, wow. I was like, that looks fucking awesome.
Yeah, I mean, say what you will about the original. It's a
Stella.
special effects movie.
Mm-hmm.
They had a special effect and they made a movie around a special effect.
Mm-hmm.
And, in that case, it turned out it was a pretty good movie, launched the career of Steve McQueen, great actor. I mean, The Great Escape is one of my all time favorite movies. But in the remake, which is also a special effects movie, the effects are way better.
Yeah, big time.
But yeah, I have nothing but love for the original, but the remake is just like
Superior.
is a movie I want to watch when I want to watch a really good movie.
Yeah.
The remake is peak 80s. Like, everybody remembers the 80s for the practical effects, the fun. To me, horror is the most fun in the 80s.
Mhm.
They managed to balance that. So many times they would balance the horrific moments with fun, be it goofy comedy or just a little bit of lightheartedness here and there. There was a great balance between the two, and to me, the Blob perfectly encapsulates that.
Yeah, I mean, like the guy that's got like the weird trunk. I mean, it's hilarious.
The date rape trunk.
Yeah.
Again in the 80s, funny. 2024. Yeah.
Yeah.
But
yeah.
at the time it was funny.
Yeah, I mean, it's just such a great movie.
Yeah. The only thing that upsets me about this one is that we didn't get a follow-up film. They totally set it up for one, but we
Yeah.
didn't get it.
Yeah,
Yeah.
it didn't underperform. I
No.
mean, it did pretty well. I just
didn't
think
do-
that,
It didn't do well enough.
yeah,
When everything is about, at the end of the day, is about making money, the drop, the Blob remake is a classic example of something that did well enough on its opening weekend, but the drop afterwards
Mm-hmm.
made the producers nervous enough
yeah.
not to continue, which is unfortunate. Because we did get a sequel to the original Blob, which wasn't great. The fact that we didn't get a sequel to the remake is borderline offensive.
Wonder what they call the Blob remake to the original.
The son of the Blob.
Can we do one more quick round of a movie and finish with a movie we would like to see remade?
Ooh, that's a good idea.
That's a good idea.
Huh.
I'm game for that.
Yeah.
Like we still got Mike and Clint in the next round, but I'm good for one more quick round after that.
Sounds good.
I'm
Mike,
game.
what do you think?
I'm game. All right. I'm going to throw out two here. One's going to be very quick because I just don't want everybody to think that I'm all 50s, all black and white. Because I think that as much as I love my Universal monsters, I think the Brendan Fraser mummy blows the Boris Karloff mummy out of the water.
Wow.
I mean, it's not, like I said, like we said about a lot. Bad movie, not a bad movie for the time. But let's face it. I mean, that movie, Brendan Fraser's movie, was action from start to finish. So I just want to throw that out there. This is my actual. It's going to be Frankenstein and every other remake that's been made after it. How it, in my opinion, doesn't come close to the original. Nothing. I mean, and there's some good ones.
Mm-hmm.
I like the Hammer Frankensteins with Lee.
Yeah.
Not saying there's not good movies, but in my opinion, nothing has ever come close to touching the original. It has a level of, like I said, that when I saw that as a kid, it's like I didn't watch Universal horror movies till I was probably my late teens, probably near 20, because I was terrified of Frankenstein growing up. Movie, like I said, I was a fucking chicken shit growing up, but that scared me. And when you first see him, how like Ryan was saying, movies need music, but like that's the one scene when you first see Frankenstein walk out that door. There's no music, there's no nothing, there's no eerie music, there's no build up music, just dead silence, and you just see him coming out of the door. Fucking terrifying.
Mm-hmm.
And it's like I said, it's just a movie that, you know, people don't. I feel. I mean, there's a lot of people that love Universal movies, but you know, like I said, it was 1931, and the actuality of it is about a movie is about a guy that claiming he could do what God could do, and like in the 30s, where mostly everybody was a holy roller and very religious, that was like blasphemous. Even the fact that they were making a movie that a guy is saying I could do what God could do.
Yeah.
You know, that was a fucking controversial that, you know, that's like the he-she now.
Yeah.
You know,
Spike, as you mentioned, to like with the whole, I can do what God can do, to the point where in the original cuts of the movie, they would edit out where Victor mentioned that he was doing God's work. They cut those parts out.
yes.
Like they would just cut the audio, or they would add a lightning strike, because they were scared to
of
even
what
show
people would
that
think.
in the movies.
Yeah, it's
Speaking of Brandon Fraser and Frankenstein, have you ever seen Gods and Monsters?
yes. With
Yeah, that
Ian
was,
McKellen and about James Whale. It's a great movie,
Yeah,
and it's
Um,
because I mean James Whale was gay,
yeah.
and the movie in Gods and Monsters, he's like constantly getting pissed off because the only thing people want to talk to him about is Frankenstein, and feels obviously thinks himself he's a lot more than that.
mhm.
And he is. I mean, he was a fantastic director.
Definitely.
But
So
it's
I mean, so that's just my. I mean, there's a lot of great Frankenstein movies. There's a lot of interesting Frankenstein movies, but to this day, I think that nothing compares. Nothing will come close to that original movie. It's just,
Agreed.
I
it's a lot of the newer movies try to make like it wasn't the monster's fault. People don't realize that the monster, Frankenstein's monster. He didn't ask to be put together. He didn't ask to fucking have a bum brain put in his head.
yeah.
He was walking around doing whatever the fuck he knew.
Mhm.
It's the real villain of the movie is in actuality in the movie his name is Henry Frankenstein. They didn't they changed his name from Victor to Henry Frankenstein.
Oh,
But it's
But
his fault really.
well, that reminds me of like that great philosophical statement, whereas knowledge is knowing that Frankenstein is not the monster, but wisdom is knowing that Frankenstein is the monster.
Very 100% true.
Hmm.
I agree with Mike. I don't feel there's been unless you argue Frankenstein's monster in Monster Squad, there's never been a better interpretation of the character of Frankenstein's monster than what we got in the original.
Hmm.
I mean, it's so perfect. I mean, I absolutely, Frankenstein is one of my top Universal monster movies. I'm a bigger fan of The Invisible Man and Creature, but Frankenstein's easily number 3, and Wolfman's 4. But oh my god, it's so good. It's shot incredibly well. The things that they do with special effects is, in 1933, was it 33, 34?
34?
Frankenstein was 31.
31.
Yeah.
Holy fuck.
No, I thought it came out after Dracula.
They both came out in 31.
Oh, okay. But
Another thing, like Frank Pierce's
It's
makeup.
93 years old.
The people don't realize that makeup, Frank Pierce's makeup, that was like when we saw T2 with the fucking melting fucking. That's what that was like in 31.
yeah,
When that makeup, nobody saw shit like that in movies. Like that fucking makeup was terrifying.
And they killed a kid.
And even that, he
They
didn't.
won't do that now.
Threw her into the lake because she didn't like pineapple on pizza.
And even that, he threw the kid.
some sneaky Canadian tried to blame that on an American.
He wasn't trying to kill the girl.
No, she said anything that's beautiful you put in the water, and he
First
thought
of
she
all,
was
like he threw
beautiful,
the
and he
kid
threw her
in
in.
a fucking. How deep could that lake could have been? Like, really, you couldn't fucking doggy paddle to the fucking side. I mean, I think that was a little. But again, he thought he was playing and doing what he was supposed to.
Hmm.
He didn't do it because he was a monster and wanted to kill the girl.
No.
Through recent watch-alongs, like with Adam and Abby, like I'm normally a blind spot to these black and white movies and the Universal monsters in general. I do admit Frankenstein is in a league of its own. it
Yeah.
really feels very different from all of these other classic black and white films.
I agree. I mean, that's just my opinion. I just think he stands out. Not say he's better or anything, but my opinion, I feel like he like stands aside more than the rest of them.
Mhm.
He's definitely more influential and iconic.
Yeah.
Now, do you
Agreed.
like Bride better or do you like the original?
Oh, I like the original. I love
Original.
Bride, but I like the original.
I'm actually not a huge fan of Bride.
Well, then I'll never do a shot with you.
It's- I've come to that conclusion with most of the people I know, so it's okay.
Because every shot I take, I say to a new world of gods and monsters, which is from Bride of Frankenstein.
Clint, what is the last actual remake we're going to talk about tonight?
I'd like to talk about a complete fucking waste of time.
Oh God.
That maybe not what you think.
You want to talk about ET?
No, no, I'm gonna go with a horror movie. And I don't think that had a remake, thankfully.
No, I
I'm gonna say Last House on the Left.
Mm.
Oh shit!
I
Oh, there's going to be another argument.
was not really a huge fan of the movie to begin with. The original, I mean, it was dirty and grimy. And it's supposed to make you feel nasty. But I
are
mean,
you
it was.
pro original or pro remake?
I'm just gonna go with the original because we didn't need the remake, in my opinion.
I think I like the remake better.
Really? Yeah, but where I was really going with that was, the original was, rapey and hateful and torturous, and it could have stayed where it was. We didn't need to remake it and give it to a whole new generation of people to think about.
Maybe
The original is a remake.
Was it?
The original is a remake. Yes.
Wow.
Yeah, it's a remake of a 1950s Ingmar Bergman movie called The Virgin Spring. The biggest difference is that after the father kills the bandits that raped and killed his child,
Mhm.
and she's a child in that movie, he realizes that he too was evil, and he builds a church in the place where his daughter died. That is the biggest, and that in the setting is in the like 1800s.
Yeah.
But I mean, I absolutely hate the rape and revenge subgenre.
Yeah.
And I think Bergman was smarter to not show the actual rape. And I think that once you show the actual rape, it becomes exploitation.
Which is what Craven was going for.
Yeah. And it isn't a bad shot film. I think there was like some bizarre element, and I've heard interviews saying that Craven was trying to explain television during the Vietnam War, whereas you'd see a news broadcast of young people getting killed and tortured and stuff, and then you'd cut to commercial and it would be, like some pleasant nature shot or something silly like with the cops, and then he would cut back to the torture.
Right.
And it was supposed to be some type of social commentary on that.
Gotcha.
Craven was
Knowing
going for,
that, I can appreciate Last House a little bit more than I would say I Spit on Your Rape or whatever, the other ones are. Thriller, A Cruel Picture.
Yeah.
Those films are like the bottom of the barrel for me. There's no redeeming factor to them whatsoever. And, they exist to watch women be humiliated and tortured.
Craven was going for whatever would get a name for himself out there. Craven was, and there's nothing wrong with that. Like from a business standpoint, Craven was going for something that would get his name out there.
Yeah.
And that's what the original Last House on the Left is. That's Craven doing exploitation to its extreme and making sure that people would recognize the name Wes Craven.
Yeah. That's what it felt like to me. But I was just looking at it from that shock factor.
Yeah.
Which it is. It's completely a shock movie. I actually prefer the remake because it lightens up is a bad term. It gives hope to certain elements. The original movie is completely void of any hope. The remake does give us a glimpse at some hope that this family might eventually be okay.
Yeah,
And it has that cool microwave death at the end.
that's why I like the original. I like the remake. I'll be honest. When I rented the original, and without knowing what it was, I didn't read the box. I saw the cover, Last House on the Left. Totally was not what I thought it was. So that already has that going against it for me, because I was like, I watched it and I was like, what the fuck is this? And so wasn't a fan. And then one day I watched, probably like only maybe a couple of years ago, I watched the remake, and I was like, this wasn't terrible. Like I said, it wasn't so doom and gloom.
No, and
But
it's that little bit of hope that kind of makes you
yeah,
want to watch it to the finale.
yes,
But I'm assuming I'm the only person here that's seen the Virgin Spring.
yeah. I never even heard.
Yeah.
Of
Yes, I was aware that it is a remake, but I've never actually seen the Virgin Spring.
Okay.
it. And the '72 one, that was Cunningham too, right?
Yeah,
Yeah.
Cunningham produced it
Yeah,
because
yeah.
Cunningham is a piece of shit, and that's what he does. But yeah, I've mentioned a couple times in this because I own the dumbest shit. I do own a physical copy of Last House on the Left, the original. It is still.
Okay.
I got it through a one of those things you like pay money $30 a month, and this company sends you random Blu-rays. That's how I have I own a copy of the original Last House on the Left. It is still in its original shrink wrap. I probably will never take it out of that because I have no urge to ever watch that movie again.
Oh yeah, it's totally a one and done.
Yeah. Agreed. Fantastic.
Yeah.
I love
Glad
that
I could
we
lighten the
ended
mood.
I'm glad that we ended on the most despicable movie of all. Oh, we've
Yep.
still got a round robin of what we want to see be remade. So there is
That's
hope
right.
that we will end this on a happy note.
God, I'm glad I suggested that.
Nicole, what do you
All
got?
right. Yeah, let's do it.
I don't know if this counts because I know it is being remade. It just has not been finished or released yet. So I'm going with Salem's Lot.
Oh, that's a good one.
I'm very much looking forward to this remake. I can't wait to see what they do.
That could be interesting.
I'm excited
Um,
for it.
Would you like them to be more accurate to the source material, like the book, or are you looking for something different?
I've never read the book, so I don't
Okay.
know.
All right.
I mean, the original was terrifying. The original scared the shit out of me, gave me nightmares when I was a kid. So I think I want to see if this will do the same. Is this going to be as scary as the original?
Could be tough.
Yeah, could be.
I'd be down for that.
Do you want Rob Lowe in it?
No. Although Sadler is going to be in it. So
Oh, okay.
I'm a
Anybody
little
ever see the
hurt
Rob
about
Lowe miniseries?
Yes, God,
I own it, but I never watched it.
don't.
Oh, if you want to know, it is coming out, but it's going directly to HBO Max.
Yeah, that's what I heard. They pulled the theatrical run of it, and it's just going to be. Which, to be fair, there's been a lot of great direct to streaming services movies. Like, look at
Oh, yeah.
Prey. Prey was amazing.
Mhm. Yeah.
And yeah, to me nowadays, especially if a movie says it's going to go straight to a streaming platform, that's honestly not really a red flag for me.
No, me neither.
Yeah.
Because there are movies that are released in the theater that shouldn't even fucking be released.
Yeah. Yeah. I'm good with a movie that goes direct to streaming. I mean, how many movies did we watch out of the video store that went straight to video?
Exactly.
Yeah,
Carnosaur 2. Which actually, no, sorry, I take that back. It did get a limited theatrical release.
Mm-hmm.
I think they need to. I mean, I'm okay with direct to streaming. I was a huge fan of direct to video in the '90s.
Yeah.
And I'm okay with it. My fear is that it probably is a high risk movie because it's going to be really long, and it's a horror movie, and Stephen King seems to be on a downward recently. So I don't think they have faith in the property, but it's a one and done story, so I'm
There you
okay
go.
with it being direct to streaming. I just
Can't be any worse than the Rob Lowe one.
yeah.
My pick for a remake might be a little controversial, but hear me out here. In the advent of movies like 8mm, Stranger Things, stuff like that,
Okay.
I would be 100% down, and mostly so that this would bring the original to a modern generation's viewpoint. I would be cool with a remake of the Monster Squad.
I can see that. Absolutely.
And
I would love it if the kids in the original were the parents.
That would be awesome.
well, except for Horace, who unfortunately passed away.
Yeah,
But
that could be
I'd
part of
honestly,
it.
yeah, I'd honestly love to see it as almost like a mini series, give it a 6-episode run on Prime or Netflix or something.
Mm-hmm.
Have each episode dealing with a particular monster, a universal monster that the kids have to deal with, and then end the series with the big finale where the kids are having to battle all the monsters together.
I think that's genius.
I'd be down for it. Maybe it's not as good as the original, but that's okay, because at the end of the day, it would put the original out in the spotlight again. And I'm a sucker for, I was a child of the 80s and 90s, so I'm a sucker for watching a bunch of kids deal with situations that are well above their pay grade.
Fair enough.
Yep.
Would it surprise you to know I've never seen the Monster Squad?
Shut the front door. Clint.
Absolutely true. And I feel ashamed of myself now.
Damn right.
You
Well, I
should.
never saw Die Hard. I'm not ashamed. Own it.
Yeah, we've accepted that with you, Mike. We just moved
Yeah,
on.
Yeah.
But
it's on your list now, Clint.
Oh, well, thanks.
yeah. Oh
You're welcome.
God, dude, you gotta watch it. Wolfman's got nards.
I've heard.
Like, honestly, Monster Squad, the best interpretation of Dracula, and arguably one of the best interpretations of Frankenstein I've ever seen.
I agree.
Well, probably worth it just for that.
He is Duncan. I can never pronounce his last name. Was a fantastic Dracula. He's the most violent and vicious Dracula we've ever had.
When
And it's in
he
a kids movie.
when he pulls that little girl up and just says, "Give me the amulet, you bitch."
Yeah, that's what gave it the PG-13 movie rating and killed it in the box office. And he
You
holds
know what?
himself
Worth it.
personally responsible for it.
Worth it. That scene is absolutely terrifying.
Yeah.
Clint,
I
get
don't
on
think
that.
that's what I said at all. I really don't.
I'm pretty sure I heard
I
that.
think we might. I
don't
think we
I
might.
said that.
Clint, you got to get on that. Holy fuck.
Me and Clint are
Monster
gonna
Squad.
watch
Watch it with
is-
Catalina.
Actually,
Yeah.
yeah, that's
Probably
yeah.
a good idea if she'll sit there.
She's 6 now, right?
Yeah.
That's about the age I saw it for the first time.
Mm-hmm. What?
But yeah, that's
Yeah.
my. I would love to see more Monster Squad, and if it's got to be a remake, I do feel that's the way to go. Get more Monster Squad into people's eyeballs.
Fantastic. Paul, what you got? What do you want to see
Oh.
remade?
There's a lot of movies I would love to see remade, but one of them would be, for me, a good remake could be something that had a lot of potential but missed the mark.
Agreed.
And, like I would never say that about Monster Squad or anything, or even Salem's Lot. So I'm going to go with The Keep. I think there was a great story there. I think Michael Mann did too much cocaine and couldn't make any fucking decisions and ruined and sank that movie.
Stick nonstop for the last 3 days.
Sorry.
Yeah. I've never seen this.
You never saw The Keep?
I've never seen them. I've never seen it, so I can't say.
I recognize the cover art from my childhood days looking through the horror section, but I've never seen it.
I mean, I would suggest that you watch it because it's a pretty good story. It's just, it's so poorly fucking made that I don't suggest that you watch it.
Confused.
This is like 100% falls on the director. I absolutely hate Michael Mann because of this movie. Because I thought that it was such a cool concept. It was a cool monster. And its production story is like the stuff of nightmares. Like he just did way too much blow. Couldn't make any decisions. And
So it's a Maximum Overdrive kind of situation.
yeah,
Hmm.
which also wouldn't hurt from a remake.
So wait, you're saying Michael Mann. This is like Manhunter's Michael Mann.
Yes.
Oh. I kind of want to watch it now.
Well, I know a place where you can.
How about it?
Yep.
But if we were going to go for a mainstream movie, I would like to see a Creature from the Black Lagoon remake.
Didn't we get that with the lady fucking the creature?
Not a lady fucking the creature movie.
Oh, okay.
An actual creature from the Black Lagoon
Hmm.
going into the Amazon, finding some man-fish and letting it wreck fucking shop.
Oh my god.
Actually, I did earlier mention that Frankenstein was peak Universal monster for me. I have seen Creature from the Black Lagoon, and I did really enjoy that as well.
Yeah,
That is-
I just think I think it makes for, you know, like a good story. And I think, you know, you can update that story to make it relevant to contemporary times. You know, especially with the deforestation of the rainforest, you can even make it woke,
There you go.
you know?
Guaranteed to make money there.
I'd like to see the Creature remake. That's like a close second of Frankenstein.
Yeah, it's a great fucking movie. I mean, it's a great design. I think you can update it so it's not so rigid.
That's
You
what
know,
she
the
said.
suit does look rigid in some parts, but like
Mhm.
in stills, it looks fantastic.
Oh yes,
Millicent Patrick,
Millicent
fantastic, fantastic. They just did a biography on her, and it was really interesting. Who came up with the creature design?
I actually just posted something in the group about her.
Yeah,
Mike, what do you got, buddy?
Oh god, sorry.
I'll give you, because I'm going to toss two very quick ones. I'd like to see either the War of the Gargantuans, which is just another Saturday afternoon kid memory for me because I used to watch it whenever it was on.
Frankenstein's
Classic
come up
Toho.
a lot.
That was actually on quite a bit when I was a kid, and I always watched it. I always liked that movie. I'd love to see a modern remake of that. Either that or The Beast from 20,000 Fathoms.
Well, we got that in Godzilla '98 with Matthew Broderick.
That's true. All right, so we'll stick with the Gargantuans.
yeah. I think if they would have called Godzilla '98 Beast from 20,000 Fathoms,
Yeah, it would.
I think
100%
people would
would've
loved it more.
You're right. I never thought of that. But all right, so we'll remake the Gargantuans. Give me the Gargantuans.
Cool.
Mike wants to see a giant Frankenstein fight a giant Frankenstein.
How about it? What's
And-
wrong with that?
Yeah, what's wrong with that?
No, it's actually a great choice, and it's nice to.
And they would
Kudos
make
to
it
Mike.
hairy.
I'm pretty sure I remember them having loincloths.
I think you're right.
But that was weird. Yeah, that was Toho. Like Toho got the right to
Night, Joe.
Night, Joe.
Frankenstein.
Yes, they
And-
did. They had like flat heads. They were very Frankenstein.
And that's what they decided to do with it. I don't. I'm a huge kaiju fan, no lie, and I did enjoy what they did with that. That was fun.
It was. It was a fun movie.
Yeah, I like that one. I like Frankenstein versus the Space Monster. Like those Toho Frankenstein movies were pretty awesome, pretty fun.
War of the Gargantuans. When you were a kid, that's all you wanted. I didn't have to know what the fuck was going on in the movie. I didn't have to know the plot.
Give me a
I
minute.
didn't have to know who. Just two fucking monsters just kicking the shit out. That's all I needed.
And that's all that if they ever did a remake, that's all it needs to be.
That's all I want. Don't fucking go. Don't overthink it.
Yeah, don't Godzilla 2014 it. Just give us two monsters duking it out.
Exactly.
Sounds right to me.
I like that. That's a good one.
Wonderful. Well, I'll give you one that
If you mention anything as depressing as Last House on the Left, I swear to God.
so the Wicker Man. No, I'm kidding. The No, I was kind of thinking the same way Paul was thinking on this one. Take a movie that had a lot of potential but really didn't hit, and just take another run at it. I know I've mentioned this before, but I'm bringing it up again anyway because I really do believe that it's a cooler idea than the movie that we got, and that's the Corpse Grinders, where the
Nice.
failing cat food company started grinding up dead people to make the cat food, and then the local cat populations they developed a taste for human blood and started attacking people.
The fact that your
Like
cat
right
is
now.
hanging out on your shoulder.
But you've
right
never seen Monster Squad.
No, I've never seen Monster Squad.
now. Right? Okay, thank you, Nicole. Like he literally brings up, and I feel I'm pretty well knowledged in horror cinema.
You are.
He brings up the Corpse Grinders.
Hmm.
There you have it. That's what I'm saying. Doesn't it sound like an awesome idea?
I'm
Believe me,
questioning your obsession with this movie.
the movie is not awesome.
He says that with a cat on his shoulder.
Yeah,
I
what
was
do you
going to say the
think?
cat is speaking right now, right?
Well, it says Halloween Ends should be remade and give us the movie we deserved.
Agreed.
Halloween Ends. That's no, I'm not going to get into it.
Should disappear from existence.
Corpse Grinders.
Yeah.
I've never seen it. You've mentioned it before. I do.
I know where you can
recall
watch it.
mentioning it before.
Yeah. Same place I watched it.
I don't know anything about this movie.
Mm-hmm. Well, you should check it out. Then come back to me and say, "Yeah, totally needs a better rendition."
I'm sure that's exactly what will happen.
Well, all right then. That was awesome.
That was.
Thanks for coming in. Sorry I wasn't as talkative as I normally am. I'm not feeling my best this week. And I have a tendency to be quiet when that happens. So thanks for picking up the slack.
Friends with such big mouths that don't.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, exactly.
That's what I'm saying. Thanks for picking up the slack for me.
I never
And,
shut up.
So I don't know if we really settled this, if any of these movies were better than the original or they destroyed something that you loved. But one thing's for sure, we don't agree on it. So on that note, thank you for tuning in. And I say have yourselves a great night. See ya.
Yeah.
Bye.